Super Series!
Derek Coulson for Destiny.
It's that! Absolute biggest of all fish.
Reels it in.
Yeah. What an incredible record. Everything you wanted. He does it. Henry Course with glory.
Champion tonight.
The bullseye.
This will be amazing.
Unbelievable. Oh, what a time for that. It's matched out.
That is special.
Incredible.
Last chance. That is seething. The pressure is on.
Champions League night.
Good. Cool time.
And he does eventually win Series 13. He is it. Drayton!
It's this week, so hopefully I can get my name back into Champions Week.
Fascinating.
Tops to round it off. And it does.
Closest challengers.
Game shot.
And he gets it wrapped up.
I'm back and I feel more relaxed.
It's about time I start looking after myself. It's about time I put myself back to Champions Week, so fingers crossed we can get that going tonight.
Well, this is simply magnificent.
On the second leg, Scott Campbell. On the third
Harry
leg,
wanted
Scott
to lead
Campbell.
tops, didn't he?
16.
On the second leg.
I think the goal is just to end up first, and I'll just continue fighting for any win.
And he takes it. Clinical.
Lesic needs the treble, gets it. Needs the double, gets it. And on we go. Tops for the match. Zvonimir Lesic is still in the mix.
I've been practicing in my garage lately and it's been warm in there, so I thought I'd be alright up there, but nah.
Tops. Oh, what a steal.
On the fourth leg, Reese-Dolly.
10. Over 18. Lee Evans, how about that? A whole host of former weekly winners, a former series champion and a Croatian wildcard debutant looking to throw a spanner in the works. Welcome to finals night. A very good evening to you and a very warm welcome to the live lounge here for the second finals night in Series 15. By the end of the night, we will have our second entrant into the final Champions Week of 2026. It really is a stacked lineup for you here this evening, not just on the stage, but in the studio as well, as I'm delighted to be joined by both Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson. Matt, away from Zvonimir Lesic, the Croatian debutant, there's a lot of experience in that back room tonight.
There really is. I'm looking forward to seeing how this unfolds because live sport is its absolute best when it's got a couple of key components. One is the competitive nature. When we look at the CVs of the players, who's the real standout star? It's going to be competitive. But the other thing is the stories. And I think everyone tonight's got their own individual story to tell.
It's been a bit of a chaotic week, Nico. We've had a bit of everything, but Jack Drayton, Series 13 champion, bit of a blip in Series 14. Is he back to his best?
I'd like to think so. There were signs this week that the mean level is good and the game face was back here in Series 15 because Series 14, like you mentioned, Sam, it just didn't go his way. He just didn't look as likely. So it'll be interesting to see what he brings to the table tonight.
The 12 players that started the week have been whittled down to the final 6. Here they are. The Series 13 champion is back and looks in fine form. Will Bossman Jr. go one step closer to regaining his illustrious series title? It's been 3 years since we last saw Barry Van Peer, but it's as if he's never been away. He'll hope that his impressive numbers lead to a second weekly win. Into his 9th Saturday, Rhys Colley feels as though his one title isn't quite enough. A weekly winner in Series 6, can he win his second in Series 15? He's always a danger and never far away from the trophy. Scott Campbell is into his 6th Saturday showdown as he seeks a return to Champions Week. Despite his late call-up, Lee Evans has shown excellent signs in topping Group C. A finals night ever present. Will he get his first weekly title tonight? And Croatia's Zvonimir Lesic fought hard to secure his weekly final spot on debut. He completes the Series 15 Week 2 Finals Night lineup. We started, as always, in Group A over the course of Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. It was Jack Drayton that went and won it by 4 points in the end, just suffering 3 defeats en route to booking his spot here for finals night this evening at the earliest opportunity. And Nico, with Drayton, you were here for Group A. Maybe we were a little bit guilty of overhyping him after he won Series 13, but he's a real talent. You can't deny it.
It can't be denied. When someone can go onto that stage on a Monday or a Tuesday morning and smash out a 97 average in about 10 minutes flat, they've got talent, obviously. That kind of form can win you a week. It can win you a series. But what we've got to find from Jack is that when he's not playing his best, is he still accruing points against people who want to challenge him? That's what we've seen this week. He's won some games that he probably would have lost in the previous series. So he's got down and scrapped a little bit. Really nice to see. But the best thing to see was that when he was level on points with George Cressy and with Barry Van Peer, he was the one who stepped up and said, I'm going to win this group, because he had the motivation. He said, I want the 2 days off because I've just been to other darts before this at Bradmore Farm for the ADC Championship Tour. He wanted the days off. He got them because he was motivated and good.
Really is a special talent of that, there is no doubt. Group B was played over the course of Thursday and Friday evening. Barry Van Peer won it, but only on leg difference. Rhys Colley felt somewhat aggrieved at the end of Thursday, having only accumulated 2 wins out of 4, but he ran right the way through the card on Friday night. And Scott Campbell, 10 points hard earned for Scott. Barry Van Peer, Matt, we sort of speculated as to just how he would regroup after his Group A exploits with George Cressy, of course. Cressy fell by the wayside. Barry seemed to get stronger and stronger.
That's the quality he's got, though, as well, isn't it? And the lack of playing, maybe he would be beneficial to the full week. Some people, as we just heard with Jack Drake, maybe benefit from having the time off. Not Barry Van Peer. And that comes down to the lack of darts, really, he's been playing in a competitive nature. He went to the Belgian Open at the start of the month. It didn't go as well as you'd imagine for someone who's only just recently came off tour. And then when you look through the rest of 2026, he's not really played that much in regards to competitive darts. This could be the thing that really sparks his 2026 into life, and who knows what could be on the horizon for him in 2027. We speculate and guess that he would like to go get that tour privilege back. We imagine he'll be at Q School, and if that's going to happen, you have to start training for that from now. He needs to get these 4 months, this build-up. What better way to do so than having Champions Week on the horizon?
Absolutely, it's always a confidence builder winning a Group B as well. He did it on leg difference, but Rhys Colley, Nico, it seems like sometimes he can go under the radar, but he shouldn't. He's got a really impressive CV.
Yeah, over quite a few years as well. He's won massive tournaments around the world, but what we see from Rhys when he's on form is a win. When he's not on form, he's not able to negotiate tough situations. He's had problems with the darts dragging left. He's had inconsistencies in his form. But this is not one of his scratchy weeks. He looked a lot better. I love what he said as well about training for this arena. You know, cranking up the heating at home or playing in an atmosphere that's going to make him, you know, like playing in the heat. I'm not sure how much he liked it. But the fact that he was winning games and starting to look comfortable with his action, that's a dangerous sign for everybody else.
And Matt, Scott Campbell completing the qualifiers from Group B. Look, it was abundantly clear that they were going to be the 3 from pretty early on in Group B, let's face it. But Scott was doing enough, and he will come into tonight feeling as though he has more to give.
Absolutely, and there's still a lot more to give in the career of Scott Campbell. You say they're doing enough, and I think that's kind of how I define Scott Campbell. And through conversations with him, he's very open and admitting that he can get lazy at times. He can almost expect things to happen for him. And you just look at the recent performances, going out double trouble without getting through to Saturday night. Travelled over to Las Vegas, and it ended up becoming more of a holiday because the darts didn't go to plan for him. And that can give you a bit of a kick up the backside. That can get you motivated once again. Being through to a Saturday night and being close to getting into a Champions Week, the riches that come with that, the opportunities that come with it as well, might just waking back into life again.
The most dramatic group of the week by far was Group C. Lee Evans won it by 2 points, but it was Zvonimir Lesic ahead of Ryan Branley on leg difference alone. Branley had 2 bites of the cherry to qualify. He failed on both occasions. That one win for Neil Wild was against Branley in the final match of the Group C campaign. And Nico, Zvonimir Lesic here on debut. He's been here all week. He is delighted at times. He has frustrated at times. And he is confused at times.
Yeah, but isn't he watchable? He gets on with it. The first thing we said on Monday morning, ooh, they're different darts, aren't they? Tiny little things like this with a Luke Humphries style of stem. But every dart he's thrown this week has gone straight. It's gone in with integrity. This has taken a lot of thought. I've looked into his results away from the Modus Super Series as well. If you're 2 games away from making European Tour event in Eastern European qualifiers, you can play darts. But I think what we've seen from him this week, yes, it's been brilliant at times. It's been somewhat unconventional at times on certain shots. But that's what makes him watchable. And the only time we saw any emotion from him was on Friday. So he's been measuring himself, and it's measured well enough to make Saturday. He's been a great watch.
Yeah, we were really looking forward to watching him in Group C, weren't we? Given the nature of the 170 showed in Group A. We don't really know what we're going to get from him here tonight.
Isn't that what makes it fun, though? And that's what I'm looking forward to. You talk about the stories. You know, I've just spent a bit of time over in Croatia myself, and the most notable thing for me was the lowering of the demographic of the player. So many players in that under-23 category played and then staying to play the open category as well. So they could be looking here at Lesic this week as someone quite inspirational, to see that that pathway is there, to see getting to stages like this are very, very achievable. I think there's going to be a lot of eyes watching us this evening from Europe, and they're going to be looking at him for an inspirational story.
Lee Evans won the group, though, and it was a late call-up for Lee, but he's a proper player.
He is. He has been for quite a few years. I like the fact that his game has sped up a little bit over the last few years, and obviously he did have the injury in previous seasons, but now that he's been here and playing some very good darts at the Modus Super Series in 2026, there's one thing missing, and that is a weekly win. He's been really close. He's had that big highlight with the 9-darter earlier in the year, but he is a proper player. He's someone who can stick in a 92 average for the entire night tonight and probably win 4 out of 4, which is what you need to do to guarantee the win. But if somebody can turn up against him and play him at the right point in the night, they can deny him. It's all about timing tonight for Lee. If he can time it right, he's going to be the man to beat.
So 2 groups of 3 then for finals night this evening. Here they are. In Group 1 for you tonight, Jack Drayton, Rhys Colley and Zvonimir Lesic. And in Group 2, Barry Van Peer and Scott Campbell were very keen on renewing their rivalry from Group B into Group 2 here tonight. They are joined by Lee Evans. Matt, I'll start with you with Group 1. You would say, on the bare face of it, that it should be Drayton and Colley to progress, but you just never know.
That's comparing CVs and playing top trumps, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is not what live sport's about, and it's not what the Super Series is about. And it's short format darts, it's cutthroat, and Lesic is going to be a big problem in that group. He's demonstrated it throughout the week, and for me, I'm looking for clues. And the big clue comes in the final game that Lesic played. He needed to win that to qualify. He was 4 from 4 on his doubles. He had a couple of tumblers checkouts in there as well. That shows quality, and it shows composure under pressure. He's going to be a real danger to those 2.
Group 2 looks quite tricky to solve.
Yeah, just a little bit. And I'm kind of glad that we've got to wait a little bit more time so we can still think about what the possibilities are. But anybody can win that group. Anybody could go out. And I think it's a lot easier to say that Lesic is going to go out of Group 1 because I think that's a bit more straightforward on the CVs. But when you've got 5 weekly title winners and a debutant, it's very hard to split some of these people in the group.
Let's take a bookmaker's view then and get a market check then for the outright this evening. Jack Drayton was the favourite Monday morning. He's the favourite on Saturday night. He's 5-2. Barry Van Peer, 100-30. Lee Evans and Rhys Colley locked together at 9-2. Matt, you were really sweet on Scott Campbell to win Group B. Are you sweet on that 5-1?
I mean, there's value there for sure. I mean, there's value pretty much across the board, really, in all the players tonight. But I just feel like Scott Campbell's kind of due something big soon. He plays far too good at a level of consistency. The thing he's lacking at the moment is just that peak in his performance. If you're going to find it, you're always going to find it on a Saturday night. I'm going to stick with Campbell.
We had a nice cool beverage last Saturday. Why don't we have a Lesich win tonight? Let's be romantic. Let's see if Romeo Gerbovac and Boris Kruchma from Croatia can have some company on the couch.
Right, let's get the action underway then. We start with Zvonimir Lesich. He takes on the Series 13 champion Jack Drayton in our opening match of this finals night. Earlier on tonight, I caught up with them both. Zvonimir Lesich, welcome to finals night at the Modus Super Series. It's been fantastic to have you here this week. How have you enjoyed this week?
Oh, this week for me is one new experience, and I feel very fine.
It's been a long week for you, and playing in Group A, then dropping down into Group C. It was a nervous little wait in that final match of Group C as well. Have you taken it all in your stride and really enjoyed, despite the nervy end to Group C?
Yes, I start very bad, but I know too I can much better. Then I give some force, and I play. I enjoy the play.
And we've enjoyed watching you play here this week. What did you expect to happen when you came here on Monday morning? Did you even expect to make it through to finals night here this evening?
Well, I know too I can play very good, but you know, one day you play bad, one day play better, and I expect too I can go to the final night.
Look, we saw your fellow Croatian Boris Kruchma win a week here last series. What would it mean to you to follow in his footsteps?
Oh, Boris is my good friend, and will be fine if I can win this night.
Well, I wish you the very best of luck. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you too.
Jack, another week here, another Saturday night for you. How are you feeling going into finals night?
I'm feeling good, me, Sam. Went for a practice this afternoon with a couple of my mates, and the game feels good.
How have you managed to enjoy the 2 days off after winning Group A?
I think Thursday I went for a few drinks with Henry for his birthday, and then yesterday I did some filming with a couple of YouTubers that came down. Then today I've been for a practice, so it's been all right. It's been an enjoyable 2 days.
Sounds like you've been a busy boy then. Have you managed to keep tabs on the rest of the action here in Groups B and C?
Yeah, especially Group C. That was a ridiculous ending, especially the way it happened. And with Neil Weil getting his first win against Ryan, which pretty much changed the group, was obviously a game changer. But just about tonight, really. So hopefully just getting my name into Champions Week again.
The title defence, as we know, was over last series, but did that sort of whet the appetite and make you a bit hungry here in Series 15?
Yeah, I think I definitely want another Champions League before it. Well, hopefully before I leave. So I'm gonna give it my best tonight and hopefully try to get back into the title.
I'm assuming the usual Bossman clan are coming down to support you tonight again as well.
Yeah, Mum and Dad are coming down. A few of my mates are coming down, so we'll try to put on a show for them.
Fantastic. Sounds like a plan. Go well.
Cheers, mate.
Chances increase. Oh, what a shot that is. Oh, it's sensational. 182. But Drayton has other ideas. He's into the final with a 114.
Now one finals night here.
Jack Drayton.
There is nothing wrong with that.
But Drayton, one away. Big shots, big moments.
And he does eventually win Modus Super Series champion. It's Jack Drayton.
A A young man for the big occasion and big moments. He has such an exciting future ahead of him, Jack Drayton. But before he goes to pastures new, more than likely will be on the tour next year. He wants his name on the trophy here again. Only Luke Littler has done it previously. Could Jack Drayton do it here in Series 15? The 19-year-old, all the talent and ability in the world. A Series 13 champion. Taking on Zvonimir Lesic in our opening match here this evening. He has been a real find. That's what is fantastic about this place. Unearthing these gems, even at the age of 49. A newcomer to the cameras, to the bright lights. Here on debut, he has shone. The third man on stage this evening, keeping a firm hand on the tiller, as always, is the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Paul Hinks. He is about to get this evening's action underway. So let's head to the commentary box then, shall we? Where Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson await.
Thank you, Sam. We have a wonderful night of darts ahead for you on Pluto TV because we do have 5 previous weekly champions and Zvonimir Lesic, or as he's known in Croatia, Lesic Zvonimir, because they do it the other way around.
Ladies and gentlemen, first leg, Jack.
But here we go, first leg of the night.
Game on.
And 4th game of the week between Bossman Jr. and the leading light of Croatian darts this week here at the Modus Super Series. And Jack has won 3 games out of 3.
25.
But they are his first 3 darts thrown since Wednesday in a competitive capacity. Is this something that Lesic can possibly expose?
100.
Well, certainly from those 3 darts he could. I'm looking forward to seeing how this develops and how this grows. That's the main thing for me. I mean, the fact that Lesic is even here in the first
100.
place is a massive achievement in itself. He has achieved so well coming here as an unknown. When you look at results, you probably wouldn't have had him come through the groups he has. So he's free rolling from here in regards to that achievement. But he is flying that Croatian flag tonight, and it appears to be
91.
a nation that is kind of going in the right direction. I mentioned earlier that I've just been there, and there's a lot, and I mean a lot of young players right now taking up the sport.
60.
Countries that want to move into the mainstream, like Germany and the Netherlands over the course of the last few decades.
100.
They needed leading lights. Croatia have Boris Kruchma, a winner on this stage in 2026. But they have a lot more to give.
85.
And Jack mentioned that he's been somewhat busy over the last couple of days, and he has had a practice this afternoon
55.
leading up to this. He knows how to get it done. He's done it twice on a Saturday night. One to win a series, one to win a week. This one is not going to be done, but Drayton could get off to a winning start with a 130 checkout.
We'll expect this a lot on finishes as well, won't there? A lot of stopping and starting.
130.
Lesic's mathematics, not always the strongest.
Everybody knows how to get this shot. But Jack's not going to get there.
94. Zvonimir 108.
Well, I'm not going to say how he's going to get this. He's just got his own routes. Okay, so I would say that's plan B from the playbook. A lot of people would have done that, but I'm not talking about the treble 7.
58.
And Jack Drayton this week has been
Zvonimir
leaving a lot of
36.
different doubles. 18s, tops and 16s in good measure.
Getting shot at first leg.
Maybe
Jack
that is
Drayton.
something that will give him a lot of success tonight.
Second leg, Zvonimir to throw first. Game on.
Earlier in the week when we were talking with Trent
40.
Hudson here on the Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV, Trent asked me the question, what would constitute a good week
81.
for Zvonimir? And at that point, I said exactly what you said, Matt. Making Saturday as a win for him. Because now, after playing 25 games this week,
60.
a lot more people know who he is.
Absolutely. He's really acquitted himself very well, not just in terms of the application of the throwing of the dart, but also how he's conducted
100.
himself, the demeanour, the way he's presented himself on the stage. There's always that worry, though, isn't there? When you get to a Saturday night,
81.
things change. You've got that audience in there, which, although it's not the biggest of audiences, what it does is it provides instant feedback. Cue instant feedback. You get the placards hoisted in the air, you get that clap, you get that applause, that little bit of noise and that reaction to play can
85.
just sometimes
Jolly Car,
offset.
140.
Yeah, and maybe Zonomir wants to get a little bit of that feedback himself. Well, this is going to have to be a crafty ton to leave tops from this position.
$60.
Still not bad. He's got time to play with. Lesic will have to get the numbers right here. And he's got it wrong.
95.
And at the same
Jolly
time, he
Car,
kind of got
80.
it right.
You got it wrong, but the application sort of helped him out there, didn't it?
Each on the second
Application
leg.
solid there
Jack
for Jack
Drayton.
Drayton. To start the night on a Saturday night, the main thing you want to be
Third
doing
leg
is
Jack
taking
to
your
throw
finishes out
first.
clean.
Game on.
That's what builds the confidence. 2 from 2 on the outer ring. He's going to be feeling good right now.
Absolutely right. And there's something else that will prove his mood. It's not this. It's the fact that on Monday he had 61 darts at double in 5 games. That's too many.
95.
If anything, his doubling percentage this week has just been a little bit sour. Because for someone of his talent, he wants to be 40% plus.
60.
He was not putting people away on Monday and Tuesday, even though he was accruing a lot of points. Come Wednesday, though, he seemed to fix that when he needed to.
And that will be what he will tell you as well. That'll be his answer. Because when he needed to on Wednesday, he did. If he wins tonight, he'll tell you exactly the same thing. Well, I can miss darts on a Monday, it's fine. I don't miss on Wednesday, and I don't miss on Saturday. That's when the chips are down, and that's when it matters most.
He's also trying to right the wrongs of the previous series. He did
100.
make Saturday night
Jolly Car, what have you
in
given
week 9
61?
of Series 14, and it did not go very well. Didn't even make the semi-finals.
Well, we've talked about the numbers and the counting of Lesic a lot this week. We've got to bring it up again here because a straight 100
81.
there has left him on a bogey number. You cannot be giving Jack Drayton extra time.
We've seen it for the last few years. You make
100.
one mistake
Car,
like that,
80.
it might cost you a leg, it might cost you a match, it might cost you a semi-final spot. This has got to be a nice high single now. He's got to stay away from that flight. And this is the right way to stay away from that flight.
Each on the
Superb.
third leg, Jack Drayton.
He's seeing doubles like they're the size of the front door.
4 legs, Vonnevar to throw first. Game on.
How much of that counting, though, also do we put down to that although Croatia are a very developing nation right now, not developed to the point
140.
where when you're playing games like this around that 87 mark, you'll get away with it. You don't need to take that extra visit off where against Alexa Jack Drayton you do.
96.
You're absolutely right, Matt, because if you look at 25 years ago, 2 of the greatest players on the planet were 2 of the worst counters. In fact, I'm going to say 3, because James Wade, at the start of his career, was a dreadful counter. He's evolved. Phil Taylor didn't really evolve. Neither did Steve Beaton. They weren't the best at leaving those high finishes.
180.
And Lesic can't afford to get it wrong. He's not getting it wrong here. Every leg is crucial. If he loses 4-0 here, he's in very, very deep in Group 1 alongside Drayton and Reece Colley.
Well, this is where those numbers do come into play. He's come downstairs here knowing a couple of singles
55.
would be enough to get to a finish. Doesn't
81.
have to find the treble.
Double 12. Wonderful
Each
leg
on
of
the fourth
darts.
leg, Vonnevar, Lesic.
One of the best he's had this week, and considering the timing of
Jack
that
to throw
to
first.
stay in the
on.
game, Maybe you're right, Matt. When he needs to turn it on, he can.
Good quality to have, isn't it? Ability is one thing, but one of those key
60.
attributes is when do you deliver it? When can you bring it out? Naturally, we'd all like to do it on demand, but there's going to be times where you need to do it under pressure. And that was one of them.
95.
Yeah, nice acknowledgement there from Jack, who just wafts the shirt a little bit. It is extraordinarily hot on that
60.
stage tonight. It will be a survival of the fittest, that's for sure. Not just the person with the best action and accuracy.
$45.
Jack's won all 3 games against Lesic this week, and he hasn't even needed a last leg decider. He has dominated the Croatian.
140.
Wow. 31 degrees. Now, if you can play darts in those kind of temperatures,
95.
you can play in most places on Earth.
It's not something really you can train for, is it? It's all the external things you can do that sort of get you to the point you can resist the heat or think the same, because the heat changes even how we process.
I can think of only one situation where someone may have to have played
60.
in temperatures
Jolly
hotter than this
101.
stage. That is something we can tell you later, because what Jack Drayton is telling us now is what? I'm a winner, and I am very close to the semi-finals already. What a great performance that was from the Series 13 champion from earlier this year. The checkout success, it was impeccable. The average itself, very good at nearly 98. He wins by 4 legs to 1, and Lesic is in trouble.
Well, there's your marker. There is your line in the sand. Jack Drayton means business here this evening. A domineering display against Zvonimir Lesic. He did not miss a dart at double. 97 average in a resounding, comprehensive 4-1 win for the Series 13 champ. We turn our attentions now to Group 2, the opening fixture. Berry Van Peer against Scott Campbell, the two lads qualifying from Group B. Before they take to the stage, they call up with yours truly for a quick chat. Scott, welcome to yet another finals night. You know what it takes to win a week here, and as we've already discussed this week, it's about time you got another one.
Yeah, definitely. We got the job done. Group B wasn't my best, but hopefully we can pick it up a gear tonight.
We spoke to you in the early hours of this morning after the culmination of Group B, but just go into that a little bit more. How do you reflect on your performance in the group?
Yeah, I'd done enough. I had the right legs at the right time, right shots at the right time. Just enough to get across the line.
Just enough then. Does that mean you've got a bit more to give here tonight?
Yeah, definitely. If I can control the heat in that stage, and yeah, I've got a lot more to give. Yeah.
Well, you've certainly done enough to control the heat on the stage over the last couple of nights, but there's going to be more bodies in here this evening. Is that a cause for concern?
No, not really. I think with there not being darts here this afternoon, hopefully that it's not going to be too bad. A few less games as well, so hopefully it'll be okay.
You're keeping busy as well. I know you're going straight to Challenge Tour tomorrow in Milton Keynes, but what would it mean to you to go there after sealing a weekly win here?
Oh, magic. Yeah, I'd pre-entered the Challenge Tour, so tomorrow's just a bonus tournament before we fly home on Monday. It would be absolutely magic to go there with another medal around the neck.
Absolutely, and a spot in Champions Week, of course, as well.
Yeah, magic. Another week down here would be ideal. Save me going home. Sure, I'll keep the wife happy.
Best of luck.
Thanks, Sam. Cheers, mate.
Barry, welcome to another finals night here at the Modus Super Series. It's been a little while, all the way back in Series 4, of course, when you won your weekly title and was a semi-finalist as well on Champions Night. How are you feeling going into this evening?
Feeling pretty good. Very relaxed as well. Obviously, it's been 3 years since I played here, and I think last time I played here was Champions Night, I think. Well, I lost that to some kid called Luke Littler. So time to make things right, hopefully.
Whatever happened to that guy? But anyway, your game seems to be in a really good place at the moment, and you've really impressed so far this week.
Honestly, I actually didn't have that much motivation like oncoming to like the first half of the year. And then I got motivated to be in a national team, and then obviously the spot for Modus came up for me, and I was like, now I'm motivated. I actually put a lot of hours in with friends, and so played a lot of tournaments. And yeah, I'm a match practicer pretty much, so for me this was perfect.
Is that the key for you then, just getting that motivation? When you are motivated, that's what makes you dangerous.
Oh yeah, for sure. If I'm unmotivated, it's very hard for me to actually go practice or... well, obviously I always want to win, so that's a good thing, but I know if I haven't done the effort for it, then it's going to be hard for me to win as good as I want to win. So definitely helps.
So the motivation then, win tonight and then head on into Champions Week and win that as well.
Yeah, if I win tonight, I'm going for my rematch, but then obviously not against the same person, but yeah, I hope to get there. That's of course the goal for everyone here tonight, so it will be very tough.
Wish you the very best of luck.
Thank you.
Breaker throw in the first leg. Double 16.
Games on the first
and
leg.
he makes absolutely no mistake.
He's been absolutely magnificent. He's outpowered, outmaneuvered his opponent in that department.
Games
And he
are
seals a
on the march.
4-1 win.
Two at the ball then for Van Peer. No.
Game shot.
He takes it out though. Very Van Peer. And he takes it.
May not hang around.
Oh,
slams the door. It's been fantastic to see Berry Van Peer in full flow here this week. A weekly winner here all the way back in Series 4 and en route to that weekly win. Playing alongside the likes of Jim Long, who subsequently won a week. The likes of Alex Small, who subsequently won 3 weeks here. Fallon Sherrock Women's Week winner here. And of course, Scott Taylor, who subsequently went on to win an entire series. Barry Van Peer, still only 29 years of age. He's showing the form that he displayed en route to winning the Challenge Tour back in 2023. Scott Campbell loves playing here, the 36-year-old from Aberdeen. He knows what it takes to win on a Saturday night as well. Back in Series 10, he had a plan for the sweltering conditions on stage. He has washed his darts, something which Derek Coulson did before Champions Night, and we all know how that ended up. So, first match of Group 2 then about to get underway. Let's head back to the commentary box in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
It's actually not bad advice, that, Sam, because there are a lot of people out there who should be washing their darts.
Thank you,
But
ladies and gentlemen.
tend
First
to want
leg,
to do
Barry
so
through
just
first.
with a little bit of soapy water.
Game on.
And if your darts have a bit of a coating on them, you might want to tread carefully. But if you get the little bit of dead skin out of the grooves, it can give you that little bit of extra purchase when things are a bit sweltering on the stage. And things have already hotted up with a 4-1 win for Jack Drayton.
42.
It was 4 out of 4 on the doubles in that first Group 1 match. And Barry Van Peer knows all too well what it's like to be 4 out of 4 on the doubles because he was in round 5 on Monday and Tuesday. So when he was able to get to
82.
the final round of the day, he saved his best for last. And it seems as if he's getting better as the week goes on, Matt.
85.
It's what you kind of expect, isn't it, when someone's not been playing a lot of darts. You can practice all you want, you can be on your own board, but the pacing of games, the changing of pace, because you play one game against the likes of Scott Campbell, who's a little bit more deliberate,
100.
and then a bit later on, he's playing Lee Evans, who's probably even more deliberate. Then you go up against someone like Jack
85.
Drayton, who plays with a bit more pace. You've got to be adaptable and flexible in your approach, and we can see that kind of already here in Scott Campbell. He was saying how he felt a little bit rushed this week, a little bit rushed to the hockey, felt like he wasn't quite playing at his own pace.
59.
And that's something that can happen very quickly when you play against one of the fast players. Go back to time on the tour. If you played the likes of Ricky Evans,
97.
you really had to check and monitor and manage that sort of timing to make sure that you wasn't at the hockey the whole time.
Yeah, that deliberate ploy from Scott Campbell here tonight might be in direct response to the fact that he's lost to Van
81.
Peer twice in the last couple of days. If he loses again, he's going to have to win against
95.
Lee Evans just to stay in this finals night. There you see him. When he goes to the hockey, he tends to use that handbrake technique of stepping on the raised hockey and then starting again. It's quite popular so that people don't rush into that first dart.
99. Veryuka 97.
Steady first leg. Does it have an end product? And not from Berry, it doesn't.
57. Scott
But it might from
80.
Campbell. Now just don't hit the bull. Some people might even want to go for treble 17 here because the bull is risky. Now he wants the bull.
55. Veryuka 40.
A fine effort there at trying to recover the situation, but it's a handful of darts here for Barry Van Peer.
Each on the first leg, Barry Van
Only
Peer.
needs the one. Said earlier on,
Second
it
leg,
always
Scott
is the
to throw
case,
first.
certainly on
Game
a Saturday night. Hit your doubles quick and early. That's where the confidence comes.
It definitely worked for Drayton in group number 1 here tonight in week 2. Berry's
60.
a fascinating story, isn't he? Because he's a former World Youth Championship finalist, lost to Corey Cadby.
86.
Former winner of the Challenge Tour. And at the time he was doing that, he was known as the best player without a tour card. Yeah, that was until a certain Mr. Littler came along and started blitzing this
83.
place. And it was Van Peer that he took out in the Series 4 Champions Night semi-finals.
100.
Well, that feels like an easy conversation to have right now, doesn't it? Who is the best dart player without a tour card?
Zvonimir Lesic.
Wishful thinking. Maybe romantic thinking.
I'm being deliberate here. Of course it's Derek Coulson.
What
and of course that's a maximum.
I suppose right now it'd be quite hard to argue.
125.
Derek Coulson could be the first person to go back-to-back on this title since Luke Littler.
Judging by what's happened elsewhere today for Derek Coulson and over the last 48 hours, I think Series 15 is going to be his last one.
58.
Agreed. Well, Campbell's down to a finish, but Very Rampere is going to be leaving something much more gettable. Got to be one of each here for Scott Campbell. Straight on that 20 line.
Yeah, 52 is gettable, but this 120 has got to get got. He does have bull, but 60 is just about within range, but just overshot it. So there you see, he could have found the 60 with the angle, and he knows he just got there a little bit too late. Oh my, that is missed by a mile.
20.
That's the one time you don't want to get a treble 20.
Well, unexpected maybe this for Scott Campbell. Certainly not to have gone through the pressure of watching Berry throw for doubles.
He's got to take advantage of this.
10.
And he can't.
Now,
does Vampire go for the same shot? Or does he change the plan?
Well, you'd imagine he'll be thinking, I surely can't make the same mistake twice.
Oh, he can. So he changes the play. He goes the Sherrick route for 52.
44.
It doesn't pay off.
Scott your car 10.
Just for a second there, I thought that he was looking at the board there thinking that was good. It's almost as if this game is now being played in slow motion. Double two.
6.
The game has slowed down, and Van Peer could still be 2-0 up. He's found it. It's an ironic thumbs up from Barry Van Peer, but that is a break of throw.
Berry to throw first. Game on.
No matter what Scott Campbell does against this guy, it just doesn't seem to work this week.
Well, we talk about timing a lot, don't we? And how that timing can impact the game. I think we've just seen it very much so there, because Berry Van Peer, when he bust that 52 with the treble 20, was walking around the back of the stage, shaking his head. He lost his concentration. He was heavily distracted. Had Scott Campbell come up, minimal fuss, took the leg, who knows how Berry would be starting his leg
68.
right now, because, what's the expression? You had him on toast.
Yeah, somebody get the butter.
140.
If you do lose concentration, Matt, from your experience, how difficult is it to get it back?
Oh, extremely.
96.
I can talk about this in a very recent sense. I did pretty much exactly what Berry did, and I lost my way for about 9 darts before I was able to recover it. And then by the time you recover it, the game's evolved and moved on to a situation that you're
42.
not in the same place. And that could have happened there, because that was, again, a good 9 darts for Berry to get himself back into focus.
Yeah, but 9 darts for you is about 15 seconds. 9 darts for some of the players tonight, maybe more like 60 seconds.
140.
But time flies quickly, but in your own mind, it might feel slow. That's a good recovery from BVP.
127.
And if he wins tonight, he'll be the MVP. Well, of week 2. And he's left 52 again.
100.
So it didn't work when he went for the 20s. He's persisting with that, but he's found a friend in tops. This is going very, very well for the Dutchman.
Fourth leg Scotty through first.
Not
Game
so well
on.
for Scotland. When Scott won his weekly
100.
title, he beat Peter Wachuri in the final. Peter was the story that evening because that was his debut week.
137.
I think it was a bit harsh on Scott Campbell that he didn't really get the plaudits for that weekly title. It was more about the fact that Wachuri was the runner-up. And I think what he craves is another title here, just to say, I'm not one of those one-hit wonders who comes here and just wins one title and moves on. But we are more likely
58.
to have a two-time weekly champion tonight than a one-time weekly champ, because Zvonimir Lesic is the only person here who hasn't won before.
Well, as a player, you always find that need to have to prove yourself over and over again, don't you? When
45.
Scott Campbell first got an invite down here, it was like he wanted to prove that he belonged. Then you win a week and it's like, well, I want to prove that I can win multiple weeks.
57.
I don't think there's ever a situation where you're going to ever feel content that, right, okay, I've proven myself, I've shown what I can do. You'll always feel there's a bit more.
Do you know what, Matt? You're absolutely right, because you look at someone like Derek Coulson.
59.
And we're already talking about him trying to get a second win on this stage for the series. He's only had
100.
the trophy for 2.5 weeks.
We're probably still picking up bits of that ticker tape from around the building, which went all over the place on finals night.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's still got some in his pockets. Berry's got a chance to win the game by 4 legs to 0, but if he is to do so at this visit, it's got to be perfect. And it isn't. So Campbell, who has had 6 starts at double in this contest, albeit all on the same leg, pretty much, can't afford to make any more mistakes. And he doesn't on this occasion. This game is extremely similar to the first one of the night. Somebody takes a 3-0 lead, but then somebody asks the question.
Well, that reaction from Scott
57.
Campbell, sort of throwing the arms out to the side, it was almost as if to say, where was you earlier? Because he's a student of the game, isn't he, Scott Campbell? He's very well aware. He's been around since a young
95.
age, when he first started representing Scotland as a youth player. And he will be very well aware of how important Leg 2 was.
Yeah, when you're 36, a lot of people think that should be around about your prime these days.
Well, the way the demographics changing in the world of darts, you'd suggest that's old the way it's going.
That's fair. But I think the prime age used to be somewhere
39.
between 40 and 45. It's definitely coming down, thanks to the likes of Kaya Basil and Mitchell Laurie, Luke Littler, and many others. Now what do you do? Well, it was the right route. The 25 Bull would have left to finish. He wouldn't mind if Van Peer has a bad visit here.
58.
He got his wish.
Well, that's the minimum requirement done. This is a bit of a bonus start now
81.
to see how far he can bring it down, and that
167.
will not help proceedings. It'll have to be a perfect visit. That's if he does come back.
129. Got the car 104.
The Scotsman needs to be brave right now. He needs heroics. He needs tops.
84.
That could be that. Van Peer has got a decision to make now. Direct or indirect?
Six.
Indirect
Shot the car,
and not
20.
in. Campbell is back to double 10, which was successful in the previous leg, as he just burned a life. He's still alive.
Scott Campbell.
This game is a lot closer than Barry Van Peer wanted it.
To throw first. Game on.
And the closer it is, the more jeopardy there is in Group 2. Lee Evans awaits. He will start his campaign against Campbell in game number 4. Those percentages,
60.
both down on what they've been doing this week, but largely to do with the fact that leg 2 took a little bit of time to get over the line.
Yeah, it doesn't fully tell
58.
the story, does it? Certainly in the case of Scott Campbell. Because all those missed doubles, you'd think he's had more opportunities to win legs than he really has. Where realistically, he's probably only had the chance to get one more leg on the board.
140.
You see Campbell moving left and right on the off quite a lot, because he's one of those players who likes to use the entirety of the barrel and the stem as a backboard. Something that Simon Whitlock does a lot. Daryl Gurney does that too. Dimitri van den Berg does.
Well, you mention all the time, don't you, about the behaviour of the darts. And when you understand that and you understand how your darts fly, how they land, it becomes a big, big advantage. And the one I always like to put it to is exactly what you said there, a backboard. Because it's much easier to play basketball than it is netball.
He shouldn't really be going for 51 bull here. Should be 25. That'll
90.
work.
Ready?
It somewhat diminishes his options. But with 31 left, he's still got some opportunities here. Maybe double 12, possibly double 8.
140.
Just can't go for double 16 or tops, really. To make it all square. He's changing the angle here. He's going over the top.
15.
It's a decent attempt, but Van Peer does get a chance to win by 4 legs to 2. This could be crucial to get the first win in Group 2 and to get a 2-leg cushion in the vital leg count. Match start at tops.
78.
It had a look.
Scott Lucar, 16.
Another life burned by Campbell. Is he getting a little bit fortunate here? I've dressed that one up, really. He's definitely been fortunate to this point. That might be a bit too close. Case in point. Check that point out, though. Didn't need the one on the carpet. All the way we go.
Ready to throw first.
This is being said to be a burgeoning rivalry. Barry's in his late 20s. Campbell's in his mid-30s, but they've locked horns at international level. Now here at the Modus Super Series. Only one can win
100.
this game. But even winning by 4 legs to 3, the advantage isn't that massive.
Well, the advantage is massive here. The advantage of throw with Barry Van Peer, and not only that, he's now got 60 points, plus what he finds now.
140.
This has to be big here for Scott Campbell, or he's open for mistakes. And it's not going to be big enough. Even a 140 puts him under the pump.
100.
Sometimes you need someone to miss against you. But it's unrealistic to think that someone will miss multiple times over multiple legs. That has happened in this game for Campbell. And if he can't take advantage of that, I think he'll be quite philosophical about this game, that losing it 4-3 is about as good as he could have hoped for.
There was nodding along when Berry hit that treble. He knows he's up against it now. And he knows that he's relying not just on
58.
a mistake. It's going to have to be multiple mistakes here Even a 140 leaves him an almighty amount of work to do. You dare even suggest this has to be a max.
Yeah, looking at that expression on his face, I think he was agreeing with you, Matt.
60.
It's not enough to lead a finish. You might have to take another gut punch here at the hands of Van Peer.
32.
Could have won this game 3 times over. Already shaking the arm out, wiping the brow in preparation for what could be
100.
his final chance to win this game eventually. He might not win it at all.
20.
If anything, it was going further away. If Campbell takes this out, he's going to think it's Christmas. Be your own Santa Claus, I say. Give yourself a present of 4 18s and bull. He's got the 4 18s. Berry's look is forlorn. And that is a look at the bull. And how has he won that game of darts? 29 darts at double over the course of 7 legs. And it's the first time this week that Berry has lost to the Scotland captain. What a game of darts. Barely anything between them in the averages, but it's Campbell who prevails 4-3.
What a start we have enjoyed here this evening in finals night. Scott Campbell was 3-0 down to Barry Van Peer. Survived match darts, but finds a 1-2-2 on the bull to take a 4-3 victory. Incredible resurgence from Campbell. He is on his way. Off the back of Jack Drayton's 4-1 win over Zvonimir Lesic, it is now last chance saloon for the Croatian debutant, and it's not going to get any easier for him either. He's up against someone who has been in fine fettle in the second half of the week, Rhys Colley. Rhys, welcome to yet another finals night here at the Super Series. How are you feeling going into this one?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Can't wait to get back on the stage there.
Speaking to Scott Campbell earlier, we were discussing that it's probably about time he won another week here, and the same very much applies to you as well.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully it's me that wins it, not him, unfortunate. But yeah, I just want to play good darts tonight, and hopefully it goes my way.
You have been playing good darts so far this week. Have you had time to reflect on how you did perform in Group B?
Yeah, I look back, to be fair. I just thought, obviously your aim's always just to get to Saturday night's final. I looked at a couple of my performances, and overall, I'm happy how I've thrown. So, yeah, if I can do the same, I'll be close. So, we'll see.
What do you make of your group that you're in this evening?
Obviously, you got Jack. Obviously, he's probably going to be one of the favourites, obviously, winning the Champions Weeks and whatever. But, no, everyone's there to be beat. So, I'll just go there, enjoy it and see how it goes.
When you come down from the West Mids?
Not as many this time, no. But usually the Chaos Army's here as well. But, nah, not this week, no.
What would it mean to you to book a spot back into Champions Week here?
Oh, it would mean a lot, yeah. Obviously, I've been playing that many competitive darts lately, and then to come back and then win a week and get myself back to Champions Week would be massive.
Well, wish you the very best of luck. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Get your fishing rods. Get your fishing rods. And reel in the big fish!
On the fifth leg. Rhys
And boy,
Colley.
did he need it.
116 after a dozen darts. Needs a treble 20. This will get him going. Double 18. Yes.
James on the third
116.
Rhys
Polished
Colley.
off like it's no problem at all.
So it's treble 20 for double top. So it's double top for a 145.
James on the fifth leg. James on the
Finds
fifth leg.
tops.
Rhys Colley.
Rhys Colley looking to bring the chaos once again in the live lounge here this evening. The permutation is relatively simple for Zvonimir Lesic. He has to win, and he has to win big. 4-1, the magical scoreline. Any win will do for Rhys Colley, and he'd take Jack Drayton through with him at the expense of that man, Zvonimir Lesic. 4-1, the magical scoreline, of course, which would keep us in a potential 9-dart shootout territory. This is Rhys's first match of the evening, the 27-year-old from the West Midlands. Not many in the Chaos Army here this evening, but they will still be very loud indeed. Back to the comms box we go now with Messrs Edgar and Nicholson.
Chaos Army, is that a thing? Well, we know that Zvonimir Lesic is a thing, and this, get your tissues out, everyone. It could be the last game you see from Lesic here this year. He's been a joy over the last 26 games he's played. A real find, in the words of Matthew Edgar earlier tonight. I concur 100%. Really enjoyed watching him play, and if he's going to play any more after this, he must beat Rhys Colley. First game against Colley this week because Rhys was in Group B, Lesic was in Group C after Group A. So he has to go face to face with chaos
Ladies and gentlemen, first
to be
leg,
the
20 minutes
victor.
to throw first. Game on.
So let's see if he can make the most of having the darts. But as we've just seen, getting a 3-0 advantage at the start of a game is all well and good. But it's not good if you can't finish it off.
140.
You just find on a Saturday night, you just start to get that little bit more anxiety with it, don't you? You don't have that comfort of time like you do in a Group A. Your opponent starts coming back at you in a Group A on a Tuesday, you know you've got a little bit more time to recover the situation. You can very easily panic with a lead. You can
95.
very easily start to tick off your opportunities. I mean, I've done it myself on the tour, 5-0 up against Van der Voort and end up losing 6-5. And what you end up doing is you end up almost going, well, I've got the throw in the next leg.
60.
And then you start dismissing the legs you've got the throw. And it gets to you very, very quickly.
If you've been watching the Modus Super Series a lot over the last couple of years on Pluto TV, you might be very familiar with Reese, but not so much familiar with what he uses.
97. Rishikar 147.
I think pretty much every time he comes here, he's got something different in his arsenal. This time it's a foldable
59.
flight compared to last time when he was using a molded technology. He's got a different barrel these days. Very different to when he got his sole weekly title, which was
95.
quite a long time ago now.
88.
He could be off to a winning start on the bolt.
Oh,
that bullseye's like a magnet right now.
I like the subconscious messages sometimes, though, that you see. Done a lot of study on this. You know, like if you go out for a meal with someone and you put your phone on the table, supposedly sends that subconscious message that you're not the most important thing in my world right now that I'm sat with. Doesn't that tell you a subconscious message as well that Reece Colley brings different equipment every time, that he feels he's not hit the peak of his ability yet and that he's looking for
100.
where the extra percentage is?
Makes sense to me. Watch out, world, when he gets it 100% right. If my eyes don't deceive me, I think he's actually got one of those add-on weights on the top of his barrel just to try and get a little bit more weight in the middle of the setup.
I have not seen anyone use those since Steve Hine, the Muffin Man.
60.
Must be a Midlands thing. He's using the Jamie Hughes style flights with colours from the Black Country.
43.
Didn't do Jamie any harm in a very successful career. As for Lesic, though, those darts can only be described as Humphreys-esque.
45.
I described them as spring onions.
For anybody tuning in from North America, what Matt is referring to are
95.
scallions. In other parts of the world, they're called green onions. But yeah, long, thin, and bulbous at the end.
100.
Changed his flights a few times this week. He's had yellow, he's had black, he's got orange tonight.
97.
But he's going to have to focus in on that red, because if he doesn't sometime soon, Colley's going to get a lead on him.
60. Rishikar 66.
Double top.
Getting shown the second
That
leg,
part of
Reece
his
Colley.
game this week has definitely been more prevalent
Third
than
leg,
some
Sonny made the
previous
throw
visits.
first. Game on.
He's got some confidence. He's got what looks like a bit of energy.
85.
And I just wonder if the energy has been sapped for Lesic this week, because this is his 27th game of darts.
Well, if we're going to look at
37.
game 27 and game 26, the two he's played so far tonight, from what I've seen for him, certainly in the Group C campaign, right now he feels a dart behind. One successful hit away from finding that level.
80.
We can check that off his list. He's got a Saturday 180 in front of the
82.
fans. But now he needs more.
$100.
He's on a finish first this time. Like Sam mentioned at the top of this game,
134.
if Lesic had won by 4 legs to 1, we could have been in 9-dart shootout territory. That's not going to happen in this group now. So quite frankly, Zvonimir has just got to focus on getting the
60.
victory and hoping that Jack Drayton can do him a favour in game number 5.
58. Zvonimir 76.
Now what do you do? This guy could do anything. The bull is the wrong play. You don't want to hit the bull here. Okay, that was not on my bingo card.
Well, to be that far across would suggest he was going for the big
39.
11. You said the ball was the wrong play, but it looked like he was trying to leave the ball.
Well, last time I checked, Matt, on the dartboard, there's no 18.5 double. So that was 2 missed singles.
180. Zvonimir 37.
That could be a disruptive maximum. It isn't. He's got it right eventually, and that's why we love watching it, because we've got no idea what he's going to do. I'm not even sure he knows.
Tactical play that, though, wasn't it, by Reece Colley? Just firing in the 180. There's no way he wants to leave double 5.
43.
But what he wants to do is he wants to make sure that Leszek is aware of how good that visit was. I remember having that done to me by Andy Hamilton to leave himself 2.
26.
What happened next?
I took up my shot, actually, so
Smug.
that's why I remember that story. Didn't happen too often.
45.
That's what this sport is. It's just an amalgamation of lots of stories. And they all come live and free on Pluto TV every week.
97.
But if Leszek really does want to join the Croatian couch of winners, he's going to have to get a move on.
One of them, 40.
Romeo Gerbovac was the first Croatian winner. He was joined by the legendary Boris Kruchma in the previous series.
100.
There will be more. That part of the world has got a really good scene.
47.
It's just starting to get some traction now with Eastern European qualifiers for PDC European Tour events. And there's a lot more than that.
135.
I've got to double down on my point that I've just come back from 4 WDF ranked events out there. New tournament to the calendar, which is great
96.
to see. Good entries and young entries.
I think if Zvonimir had hit that, that might have entered his personal Hall of Fame of the week. So he's got 98 left.
$84. Rishikar 130.
Okay, let's focus on the 130 because what he was doing there, I've got absolutely no idea.
$58.
Is he trying to confuse Colley to put him off his shots? That's the only thing I've got. Double top. Does it work? It does. Maybe this is a tactic. I'm going to go for these shots to make my opponent think that I don't know what I'm doing, when in fact I do know what I'm doing.
I've got nothing to counter-argument you with
60.
right now. It's baffling, but it's brilliant.
It is. It's great to watch. And if you like darts 93. Like this, you're really going to enjoy next week. Because one of the poster boys of miscounting and tactical play is actually making his debut next week. More on that later.
100.
Because Leszek is trying to stay in this tournament.
$100.
To be fair, from 2-0 down, he's shown some real quality, hasn't he? Some real fighting attributes. And these are the attributes that he had on display on Friday. When there was question marks, absolutely there's going to be question marks.
60.
You're going into a final day's worth of play. You've got work to do something you've never achieved before. Of course we're going to pose that question, and every single time we did, he had the answers.
It's typically Croatian, isn't it? Because you look at what people from Croatia have been through in the 1990s, and their sports stars have all had that really good, hard-working quality.
Rishikar 170. $84.
That's okay. But he's going to have a decision to make when he comes back.
91.
Interesting
Rishika,
switch.
86.
That's worked out pretty well. Double 16.
54.
Well.
20.
Reese was 2-0 up. He might be staring at a deficit. It's tops.
90.
But it's pulled.
Rishika, 32.
This will feel like an absolute let-off here for Reese Colley,
He's
who
on
when
the
that
fifth
treble
leg,
20
Reese
went
Colley.
in, looked up to the heavens as if to say, oh no, here we go again.
6-leg Reese to throw first.
Thought the opportunity
on.
may have passed him by, but great composure to go up and break the throw in the end. And now, I like what he's doing, not just rushing straight to the oki. Sometimes you can say Reese Colley a little bit guilty of doing things a bit too
85.
quick, a little bit too rushed. Making sure that he feels ready before trying to deliver the win here.
And one thing's for sure.
140.
We learned from week 1, finals night last week, that if you have an opportunity to take somebody
100.
out, you better get it done. Because James Buckby could not do more than beat Darren
140.
Beveridge in the group. The fact that somebody else couldn't take him out in the second game,
96.
it resulted in the fact that Ice Cold Beverage could bite him later. Here's the thing for Colley. If he doesn't get rid of Zvonimir here, he could bite him back later.
137.
So if you have your opportunity to take someone out, you take them out.
Well, once again, I've got to highlight and praise the character and the battling nature
100.
here of
Zvonimir,
Essex.
84.
9 darts thrown. He's already down to a finish to get the breaker throw back. It could be an 11.
Game shot on the
This guy's
sixth
got
leg,
levels.
Zvonimir Essex.
Second game in a row that goes the distance, and now he really does have his back against the wall. If he doesn't win this leg, he's out. If he wins this leg, he's still got a chance. What a performance.
140.
His last 14 darts have been world class.
91.
If he wins this leg or he loses it, I think we're going to get some emotion from the Croatian. But it's looking decidedly likely he's going to win this leg with brilliance.
180.
What a player.
Well, he demonstrated, didn't he,
30.
throughout the week that in the games he needs to produce, in the moments he needs to produce, he is. He's demonstrating that again here. He's still finding that red.
I'm going to pay him a really big compliment now.
131.
It's not the fact that he's on bull after 9. His grip, his shape of dart, he plays the game like Tony David.
135.
Now,
50.
does he dare? No. Back-to-back 11s to win the match. You've got to be kidding. 22 darts to win the last 2 legs just to stay in week number 2. What a performance from Zvonimir Lesic. The average of over 91 confirms that this guy will not go without a fight. And Colley may indeed be in trouble himself now in Group 1.
Welcome back. Zvonimir Lesic really is the gift that keeps on giving. He was trailing Reece Colley and he was in big trouble, but he goes and takes the win with back-to-back 11 dart legs. This guy can play all right, and he is still very much in the mix here this evening. A 4-3 win over Reece Colley, who has to face Jack Drayton in a couple of matches' time. Before then, though, we turn our attentions back to Group 2, where Scott Campbell takes on Lee Evans. Lee, welcome to another finals night. I feel like I'm saying that a lot. There's a lot of experience in that back room tonight.
I think there is from all of us, to be fair. There's a few of the guys I've obviously not met many times, maybe not at all, but obviously there's a good standard of player back there today.
You were a late replacement here this week. When did you get the call?
It was definitely on Monday, as we just talked about, but yeah, to be fair, I was thankful of the call-up, so I'm always happy to come down and participate.
Did that how did your preparations go then? Because it was a very late call-up, as we've just discussed, but you always seem to be a player that's ready for anything.
Probably not ready for everything all the time, but it just happened that I was playing like a couple of vaults this week because I had to get the 10th win in for that events, and I got my last win on Wednesday, so it was just a good preparation in Winchester to go there, go home, and then come straight down here, so it worked out well.
It has, and you went on to win Group C as well, but it was drama fuel, but you managed to avoid the drama in the main at least.
Oh, there was definitely drama. There was switches of darts, it was obviously the heat's been playing a big part again for everyone this week, and my darts were just slipping everywhere on Thursday and yesterday, and I had to change my darts yesterday, but I had to go 2 grams heavier because that was the only darts I had on me. And I got them straight, but I just didn't get the length. It was just 58, 60, 60, 58, and then trying to get out of them 5s sometimes after it slipping, it was bad.
Well, fingers crossed they stay straight for you this evening. Best of luck.
It'll be a lot better. Trust me. Thank you.
Here we go. Perfect. Another treble 20. Double 12 for the first 9 darter. And he gets it. Absolutely fantastic from Lee Evans.
So single 18, dart at tops. Another ton plus topper goes again.
Must be 16. So it'd be the bullseye for a 1, 2, 3. And he does so.
Second leg, Lee Evans.
Does that continue? Tops.
It
does continue. Evans is hanging on for dear life.
Lee Evans brought the house down, the 9-dart hero in this building back in Series 14. He guarantees qualification with a 4-0 or 4-1 win here over Scott Campbell, who, as we already know, has a win to his name already here this evening. He will guarantee his qualification with any victory over Lee Evans, and indeed that will ensure he tops the group table. So, enlightening conversation with Lee Evans earlier on. Only got the call on Monday. The 37-year-old has not won a week yet in this building. Is it time he changed that? It really is about time, and it's about time Scott Campbell added to his weekly win tally as well. Good game in prospect. Let's get back to the commentary box with Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Yes, indeed. Campbell, if he wins, will win the group. And that would ensure that Lee Evans versus Barry Van Peer will be a shootout to make the semi-finals in game number 6 of the evening. I think what we should expect from this game is a little bit more chaos, if we may say that, because we've just had chaos on the hockey. And what a game that was with Lesic and Colley. And what a game it was between Campbell and Barry Van Peer. Seems like an eternity since Jack Drayton was meandering through the first game in 5 legs with a 97 average, which still remains the best performance of the night. I did say on the graphic that Lee Evans is a one-time semi-finalist. That is pertinent for this venue, But
Thank you,
based
ladies
on
and
Modus Super
gentlemen. First
Series
leg, Scott,
action,
to throw first.
he won a weekly title,
Game
but
on.
in our previous studio, and then played the Champions Week in Series 1. This is Series 15, so quite a lot has happened since Series 1, hasn't it? But he would like to break his duck in this building.
68.
Well, when we get to this point, we always start to speculate, don't we, in regards to how much the players are aware. Do they know what they need to do? Do they know the permutations? Well, I can tell you for a fact Lee Evans does. And the reason for that is because he was stood at the back of the stage watching the TV screens that the audience get to see, reading the fact that he needs a 4-0 win or a 4-1 win to guarantee qualification.
What do you make of that?
I would personally rather not know, because it just adds something in there, doesn't it? Rather than just going on stage to win the match. It just adds more thoughts, and ideally we want to limit those.
I absolutely agree with that.
30.
My own personal argument for situations like this that we do face every Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Every player goes onto that stage to win every leg they play. The mindset is to be 1-0 up, and then to be 2-0 up, and then to be 3-0 up. Everybody wants to win every game 4-0. You don't plan to win 4-3.
140.
Excellent point. And really the only point to make.
This is really interesting.
119.
If you do leave 159, which you really shouldn't do, every now and again you might, by accident, but that's how you leave tops from there. That was expert counting from the Scotland captain.
100. Scott Car 40.
I get the feeling he's been hanging around with Keegan Brown.
Getting shot the first leg, Scott Campbell.
Wonderful leg of darts.
Second
I
leg,
just
leaders
wonder
go
what kind of
first.
confidence
Game
he's
on.
starting to get now that he's won 5 legs in a row on the stage tonight. Bit of a better start on the doubles than the previous game he played as well.
And I feel this is a game that's
100.
probably going to suit him a little bit more as well. You know, as a player, it's not always about the delivering of the darts, it's about the pace of the match, who you're up against. Some opponents you have a great record against,
91.
just because the pace and the rhythm of which they play with. Whereas there's other players you sort of hate playing, because they're either too quick or too slow, all part of the game. These are very, very
140.
identical in regards to the pace.
Absolutely right. And speaking of identical, it's not so much identical, but it definitely seems like the referee and the two players got the same memo. All adorned in winter gear. And it might be sweltering outside and on the stage, but they're still wearing black and grey. Keeping it simple.
76.
Fair to say that Campbell has shown up in this game in the same way that he showed up in the 9-dart shootout in international pairs.
There was an important game for Scott Campbell yesterday.
100.
When he was playing it, he had this look on him. This sort of grimace on the face, this steely focus. It's clear and evident to say that that's how Scott Campbell plays his best darts.
131.
But being able to put
Scott
yourself in that
130.
mindset is not easy. You have to feel it. You can't fabricate.
Can you feel it? He can't feel that one. He did finish his previous game on the bullseye after 4 18s were found.
90.
Apparently,
Leah Carr,
the
54.
bullseye is like a magnet for him. But on this occasion, it might not be enough.
Getting shown the
Great
second leg,
find
Lee Evans.
from Lee Evans. He's off and running. First leg of the night
Third leg,
in
Scott
his
to throw
ledger.
first. Game on.
Lee's one of those players, isn't he? He's from Wiltshire. Lives in a town called Kempsford, which is very, very close to an RAF base.
91.
Probably sick of the sight of planes and helicopters going over his little town. But in darting circles, everybody knows who he is. He's one of those danger
100.
players that is somewhat swimming through the amateur ranks at the minute, on course to maybe getting his pro status back. He's not the kind of person you want in your group on a Saturday night.
100.
Certainly not when you're in Scott Campbell's position, because he did get that win in the opening game, but because it was such a small and tight win, it doesn't give him much wiggle room. It's almost like he's got to come and win again.
100.
Yeah, because if he was to lose 4-3, then all of a sudden the 9-dart shootout possibility is in Group 2. Another maximum for Campbell. He's playing proper darts. In fact, they both are.
96.
Well, Lee Evans assured us in that interview that he was going to play better tonight. Well, he's a man of his word.
He doesn't have to take this out. Had he gone for the
98.
bullseye and hit it, I wouldn't have been surprised, because his bullseye hitting over the last hour has been exemplary.
I wonder if there was that slight bit of temptation. I mean, Scott Campbell's a very savvy player, but when you've been hitting it as regular as he
25.
has, there must have been a temptation there.
Flittingly,
Scott
maybe.
Car 32.
He's the captain of his country. He's got to make good decisions as a captain.
Game shown the third
And
leg.
every
Scott
decision he
Campbell.
makes in this game has worked out very, very well.
Fourth leg leader through first. Game on.
I'm not going to say anything else about his average. I don't want to spook it. But this is genuinely an incredible performance from the Scotland captain.
55.
And this is exactly what Lee Evans did not want to face in his first game tonight. He was playing down how well he played over the last couple of days.
123.
But even though he played not so well in his own words, he still won the group. What does that say about his form?
99.
I would agree with what Lee Evans said in the fact that he hasn't played his best. I don't put that down to his form. I put that down to his quality. The quality of which Lee Evans has got.
60.
The fact that he doesn't have to be at his best to get through a Group C, because he's just got that extra gear that the players in there didn't have.
So I'm going to use an example here, and this is not disrespectful to Michael Huntley whatsoever. So what you're saying is
77.
Lee Evans didn't need to be at his best to win the group. Maybe someone like Michael Huntley needed to be at his best to get through.
But we talk about A games, B games all the time. You
43.
can't get onto the Pro Tour and be a tour card holder if that B game is not enough to get you through a Group C. And Lee Evans has been on the tour. He's had that experience. He's qualified for the World Championships.
140.
Not just being on the tour, but having success on the tour as well. That's where you say that that secondary level is enough.
Well, we can use the example of George Cressy as well, because he was excellent in Group A this week. He was in with a great chance of winning the group ahead of Jack Drayton.
98. Lee Car 130.
But when it came to Group B, he could not survive. Interesting. It's tops. It's
Game shown the
very
fourth leg,
interesting
Lee Evans.
indeed. It's another game that looks like it's going deep.
Fifth leg Scott
The
is
deeper
through
it
first.
goes-
Game on.
Who's the most nervous in the group then? Is it Barry Van Peer? He's not even on the stage.
We talk about the savviness, the good
41.
game reading of Scott Campbell. The main thing that he's got to be telling himself right now is he's got the advantage of the throw. Yes, Lee Evans is playing well. He's averaged around about the 100 mark to the entirety of this game. But he still
81.
needs to find something special to break Scott Campbell if Campbell can keep the pace.
Let's talk about Barry Van Peer. He's sitting in the practice room right now watching this
60.
from close quarters. What's the right result for him? Is it Campbell winning so that he's just got a straight shootout with Evans?
That's what I'd be hoping for, absolutely, yeah. Because you want it in your own hands.
100.
You can go up there and just literally then play the night very simply. It's quarter-final, semi-final, final.
It's also very interesting that in the audience tonight, there are people here with fans
100.
using 180 cards as ventilation. Bring back the days of Cleopatra with a big palm leaf.
Well, Scott Campbell has gone over to the
140.
temperature gauge, had a little look, sort of puffed out the cheeks. But he's very much prepared for this, isn't he? It's something that's not new. He's been here a few days now. He knew it was going to be hot on there. He's brought a towel. He's got himself ready. You can't change the environment. You can only change how you approach it.
First thing I'd be doing with my towel post-game and pre-game is putting it in the fridge.
50.
Just little things like that can make such a difference. Now, that has gone up by about 20% of a degree over the last 60 minutes. What's it going to be like come the final?
180.
But there's other things you have to consider as well, which Scott Campbell does very well. That's drinking the water with the opposite to your throwing hand, because the glass will essentially sweat.
Just do what Luke Humphries does. Don't use your hand. But do use your left hand for this. Double 10. This is a really big dart.
50. Clear car 65.
Averaging 100, he could be behind. That's a brilliant 25. That's another brilliant checkout from Evans. He's doing what Jack Drayton did earlier. He is perfect on the outer ring. There's always so much going on with Lee, isn't there? That little flute playing with the hand. It's just trying to get that little bit of traction with the use of what looks like a powder grip, which is legal in this sport.
45.
You can use chalk. There are different products on the market where you can try and get a little bit of tackiness on the fingertips.
Yeah, I remember playing Lee Evans once, and I went to shake his hand,
60.
and he goes, "You don't want to shake my hand." And he holds it out, and it was just completely covered. So he gives me his left hand, and we sort of did one of those upside down shakes as such. But yeah, it's something he's going to use throughout the night. He'll use it more in different situations, and it's something that's become really fundamental to his game.
Is that your way of saying that
85.
shaking hands with Lee Evans is like shaking hands with sellotape? Yeah, go to shake hands. I need that hand back. Ugh.
Like shaking hands with the sticky bandits.
81.
Oh, I'm all for the Home Alone references.
Yeah, it's nearly Christmas soon, isn't it? What, 4 months now?
Oh, you didn't just go there. So much water to go under the bridge before we get to Christmas. But at the end of this series, then we've got an awful lot coming your way on Pluto TV before Christmas time. So much to get your teeth into. That's what Campbell's got to do. If he wants to win the group with 2 wins, he's going to have to win
60.
the next 2 legs. Well, this is not ideal.
57.
If Campbell comes up empty here, then Evans will have 6 darts to win this match by 4 legs to 2, which would give Campbell a little bit of a headache.
41.
Evans just taking a slight moment out of the game, knows that this is a key moment,
100.
key exchange that could get the job done. Campbell, a long way back. Needs to find something special here to get himself down in range.
Just get the feeling that Campbell right now will fear that this game is lost. Evans has not missed a dart at double yet.
59. Liuka 80.
Too often Campbell is coming up dry in the treble department.
He was here moments ago, though, wasn't he, against Van Peer, and Van Peer made a mess of things at the back end of the match.
Seen them all. If you're going to make this kind of mistake, make it when your opponent is north of 170.
$68.
That's okay. This is not in Campbell's eyes.
60.
He needed to leave
Leah
100
Carr,
there.
12.
He'll be getting ready to shake that hand. This is risky now.
9.
He's making mistakes as
Carr,
well.
140.
Well, we've referenced Christmas already. I bet Scott Campbell's checking his calendar.
Christmas doesn't happen twice a year. Never mind twice in a night. Well, that would have been outrageous. But one of the drawbacks of leaving double six on purpose with 3 darts in hand is if you split and leave yourself
44.
in this position,
Leah Carr,
you do not
3.
want to be cornered in the one segment. This is difficult. That's about as fast as I've ever seen Lee Evans approach the hockey.
No score.
And that's why you don't want to leave it.
Scott Carr, 96.
People can't put Scott Campbell away tonight. And he's 2 good darts away here from taking this to a deciding leg where he would be throwing first. He's just taking a moment. He approached the hockey with a smile on his face. Maybe can't believe what's happening.
56. Leah Carr, 3.
He's in the box seat if Evans doesn't find this time. Ideal single, top left. Perfect. That's just as perfect. And Evans does get over the line by 4 legs to 2, which means that Campbell will have to wait to see if he's done enough. He finishes Group 2 with 2 points and a leg difference of -1, which might not be enough after Evans plays Van Pier later.
Welcome back to finals night here at the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Lee Evans got a crucial win over Scott Campbell. Now, Group 1 reaches its climax. And that man there, Jack Drayton, has already qualified for the semi-finals due to the nature of his wide margin win over Zvonimir Lesic. Combine that with Zvonimir's narrow win over that man, Rhys Colley. That means Jack Drayton cannot be caught. He is through. The permutations for Rhys is simple. His knockout darts start now. He will qualify with any win and any defeat. It is the end of the line, and Zvonimir Lesic will progress alongside Jack Drayton. Crunch time then in Group 1. Let's head back to the commentary box with Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, we always say that the semi-finals is where knockout darts begins. Well, sometimes it arrives a little bit early. As far as Jack Drayton is concerned, he's got that task right now of getting rid of Rhys before he causes any more trouble. Or, indeed, causes any more chaos.
Ladies and gentlemen, first leg, Rhys to throw first. Game on.
But if Rhys wins, he stays. If he doesn't, he goes. And if he stays, he eliminates
100.
Our Croatian friend, and the only person here tonight who has not won a weekly title at the Modus Super Series. But interestingly, Matt, every time Jack Drayton has made the
96.
semis, he has won. He's in the semis again.
Well, before a dart was thrown this week, he was the favourite,
96.
wasn't he? And as things have sort of unfolded, he's looked like the class act of the group. Does have a long way to go, though. This has been a very fine night of darts so far. We just saw a great performance in the last from Lee Evans. A little stutter towards the end, but some real quality on show
100.
this evening. Jack Drayton, if he is going to pick up another weekly title here, you feel he's going to have to do it the long and hard way.
95.
That's a beautiful treble 19 to leave 170. We have seen one this week from the other person in this group.
85. Jack the car 170.
If he gets the trebles, he needs the bull. There wouldn't have been any laying up there.
60. Rhys
Well, Colley's got a chance to take the lead here. He's got to make the most of having the throw.
60. Jack the car 110.
He just passed the buck straight back to Drayton, who has not missed a dart a double tonight. He's not even going to get to a double here.
46. Rhys car 60.
That is a really wonderful check out from Rhys. If only he'd been like that in his previous match.
Game on.
He did have 6 darts at double, but Lesic was just too hot at the end. We said off camera, didn't we, Matt, that apparently when Zvonimir Lesic has his back against the wall, he turns into Luke Littler.
Not many people can live
45.
at that level, can they? Back-to-back 11 dart legs. To see it off. You can't say Rhys Colley did anything wrong. It's just the wrong thing happened to him at the wrong time. Not really
94.
much you can do about it other than hit a 9-darter.
Yeah, not many people have done that on a Saturday night in this place.
96.
Danny Van Tripe was the first. The other came from Lee Evans in the other group here tonight.
100. 100.
Drayton may only be 19 years of age, but he plays beyond those years. He's got a great deal of sporting integrity and experience. Not necessarily all darts, but some of his golf
57.
knowledge and skills have been translated into his darts. And he will understand that if he has the chance to get Rhys out of the building,
140.
he will take it.
Jack the car 154.
I was having this conversation earlier in the week about sort of transitional sports and skills. And oh, hold on a minute. That shot was on there for Jack Drayton for a moment. But we're saying about the amount of crossovers that actually come between golf and darts, and how you tend to
94.
find that a lot of
Richard
dart
Carwood
players
in 20.
transition into that, even just as a pastime.
Absolutely.
61.
Well, it was a really interesting
Johnny
switch to
Carr,
the
60.
16s. That might actually have worked out pretty well if Drayton misses this. Oh, he's so good at the doubles, he's doubling down. Not intentionally.
Third leg Reese to throw first. Game on.
So what do you say about his stats on the doubling tonight? 5 out of 5. He's technically 6 out of 6.
100.
Well, Jack has not lost on this stage since Tuesday lunchtime to Ryan Brandley, who put in his week best performance against Drayton
54.
at the end of Tuesday's session. Since then, Drayton has won 6 on the bounce.
96.
I don't know about you, but I'm getting serious Joe Cullen vibes with that dart shirt as well.
59.
Yeah, I can see that. I think it's the sleeves, isn't it?
145.
I don't think I can draw a comparison to Reece Colley's shirt to anybody, though.
Maybe a 1990s Aston Villa shirt. Maybe the away shirt anyway.
Richard Carwood 160.
Just a reminder, if you're just joining us on Pluto TV, Reece Colley needs to win this game. If he doesn't, he's out. If he wins, Zvonimir Lesic will be leaving. Drayton's already through to the semis. You shouldn't be thinking, if I'm going to have a bad game, this is the one where I can afford to do that. When you come to a Saturday night, it's a very simple process in your own mind. You've got 4 games potentially. You want to win all 4. As for Colley, he hasn't won yet, but he's halfway to winning this one.
Fourth leg Jack to throw first.
And just to
Game
back
on.
up what you're saying there, it's exactly the sort of human process, isn't it? We don't have that ability to sort of dip in and out of concentration to the levels of peak performance. It's not a
100.
light switch. You can't just turn it on and off. Chances are, if you turn it off, it's going to be very hard to come bring it back on.
Yeah.
40.
I concur with that statement. You don't go up there and take your foot off the pedal. Because what if you have a really,
140.
really relaxed bad game? That doesn't set you up for a semi-final. What does is another victory.
81.
Well, the other thing it can do is it can just start to creep in a couple of lazy habits. And in this sport, when we're looking at the smallest of margins, just that tiny little bit of laziness
125.
comes in the throw, you start dropping low. And for someone like Jack Drayton, if his darts start going underneath, that's a problem. Because he'll be blocking up the target.
Johnny Carwood 136.
Really interesting, and he didn't use the marker on the 60 there.
96.
It's worked out really well. But if you don't take 136 out, you couldn't have dreamed a better marker for the treble 20. He didn't even
90.
want to use
Johnny
it.
Carr 40.
Didn't need to
Each on the
use it.
fourth leg, Jack Drayton.
They are making the doubles look like they're twice the
Fifth leg Reese to
size.
throw first. Game on.
I promise you, this is the same dartboard as the previous 3 games. Previous 4, in fact. 2 out of 2.
100.
Both of them. Both averaging 93. Proper game of darts.
$58.
Maybe the red in the shirt and the flights has got something to do with
140.
Fleetwood Town. His local football team. Fleetwood famous for that football team, and Wesley Newton.
96.
Former Premier League dart player, former participant here at the Modus Super Series. But the winningest Fleetwood player-ish, because he's from Thornton Cleveland, that would be the man on the stage.
91.
This genuinely could be his last series here. And that may be all the motivation he needs. Well, bravo, Drayton.
67.
You left a number where a maximum leaves a finish. Now this is the second part of it.
It feels like Reece Colley's throw has always been under pressure, and we're here again. I was going to say it's one dart in hand, but a slip there for Reece Colley. Maybe the pressure's starting to tell, because Jack Drayton now has a genuine opportunity to get that breaker throw he needs to win this match.
Oh, that dart sitting lovely. Just flicked it a bit too much. If it was right of centre, it opened up the left-hand side of tops for him. But Colley dodges one, and he hits one again. This entire game is resting on one missed-started double. That one miss gave Reece that chance to take the lead again.
Well, we got an opportunity
99.
there, didn't we, to see the travelling support of Reece Colley. And I don't think there was too much joy, was there, going on there? I think that was all relief.
93.
I think when you're watching someone who you really do care about, there isn't much joy until the whole thing is over and the
58.
W is found. Those folks right there have got the Colley wobbles right now.
85.
Well, we get the privilege, don't we, of speaking to a lot of people who support various family members. Will all return, or one of those, our colleague here at the Super Series. And they talk all the time about how it's worse to sit and watch somebody you care about rather than do it yourself.
Yeah, because you've got no control.
100.
Well, who's got control of this leg? Somebody pass a coin so we can flip it. Just imagine the anxiety levels of Zvonimir Lesic in the practice room. He's thinking, am I in? Am I out?
59.
He won't have a clue. He's never been to a Saturday night before.
38.
These two have.
Jerry Carwood, 60.
Drayton's got way more time than he thought he was going to get on this 160. It's a good pick-up. The pressure's got to come down now from Colley. That's a pretty good use of the 19s.
80.
This entire group could come down to this. He just doesn't miss doubles. Well, he has missed one, but that's it.
Seventh and final leg, Reece to throw first. Game on.
I think that's quite a confident look.
Well, you referenced Joe Cullen a moment ago, didn't you? Joe Cullen likes a nice little wink at the camera
99.
from time to time. But I've got to go back to the statement I made in the previous leg when Reece Colley threw first, that it feels like he's always been under pressure. Well, now
60.
It couldn't be any more pressure. You have to win this leg or it's done.
6 out of 9 on the doubles tonight, Reece Colley.
60.
7 from 8 for the night for Drayton.
95.
You cannot leave a finish from this position. And I'm talking about both of them.
I think that's why you got that grimace from Drayton. Yes, he's happy to hit the treble 20, but it was bittersweet. Because he's very well aware that a maximum here doesn't help him get down to a finish for the break.
That helps. What a contest this is.
138.
Reece Colley is finding quality just when he needs it. Now it really does come down to this.
64.
2 combination shots. Is this one found? That single was only just found.
What he needed, he found. 4 out of 4 on the doubles, this time for Rhys Colley. And that means that he is in the semi-finals, and Zvonimir Lesic does not make it by a very small margin. Look at the doubling in that game. Sumptuous to say the least. And these two are not done yet here tonight.
Well, what a fantastic match we witnessed before the break. Rhys Colley, flawless on the outer ring, just as Jack Drayton was against Zvonimir Lesic. But Colley forces himself through along with Drayton, which spells the end of the Croatian dream for Zvonimir Lesic. He has been a real gem, a real find here this week at the Super Series, but it is the end of the line for Zvonimir. It's Colley and Drayton that progressed through from Group 1. The permutations were simple in that one. they're not as simple in Group 2. Lee Evans with his win over Scott Campbell. He only needs 2 legs to qualify as he is set to take on Barry Van Peer, who, off the back of his defeat to Campbell, he must win to qualify. Campbell qualifies if Evans wins, or if Van Peer wins 4-0 or 4-1. Those are the all-important permutations then. So who will book their spots into the semi-finals from Group 2? We thought this was going to be a tricky puzzle to solve in respect to this group, but we are about to find out the answers in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Yes, indeed, Sam. Some groups are as hard to solve as a Rubik's Cube with a blindfold on. But we have got cheat codes here. We can see through the blindfold because we've got numbers. And these players, whether they know what to do or not, they're going to have to be good. But Berry's got to be a little bit better than good. After losing that game in Game 2, he's had plenty of time to soak that up and to understand what he needs to do better after losing 4 consecutive legs against Scott Campbell. Unfortunately for him, things are not about to speed up because he's got another deliberate player in Lee Evans in his way.
I think if I had to make an assessment of that game from Berry, he didn't look to enjoy the deliberate pace of Scott Campbell. He stood at the back of the stage, not just head down like we've seen throughout the campaign so far. It was sort of looking around the room,
100.
becoming quite distracted. And we see there, straight to the oche. The darts held up, ready to throw before Lee Evans has even
100.
retrieved his darts. The pacing of this could be the developing story.
It might just be the pace in between legs as well. Because at the start of his first game and the start of this one, Evans has taken his time to make sure his grip is primed for shots like that.
100. Lee Carwood and 40.
Both on a finish after 9. But we're not going to see a 12 darter from Evans.
60. Barry Carwood and 61.
Can we from Carlo's brother? Maybe. Oh, baby. What a shot from BVP.
Second leg Betty to throw first. Game
Well,
on.
that is some way to break the throw, isn't it? There's a mean look in his eye, and his confidence has been restored after missing match darts against Campbell.
140.
Well, we posed the questions, didn't we, about will the rhythm, will the pace
100.
upset Berry? Is he going to be able to find his very best against a bit more of a deliberate player? Well, absolutely he can. Look at him go. He does that a lot.
170.
And I don't understand why. I was trying to pick it apart during the campaign recently in his Group B, and I didn't have an answer. And I still don't. Maybe you could help me.
140.
So let's look at it from the point of view that he gets the 25 instead of the bull. So 25 on 191 is 216, so that's 3 darts away from double 18. Does the 25 and bull give him 3 darts away from a double instead of being 4 darts away from a double?
100. Barry Carwood and 34.
Very, very Gerwin Price thinking. And Mensa Sudovic for that matter, but he does love that bull.
118.
He's definitely
Lee
keeping
Carwood
Paul
and
Inks on his
61.
toes. Oh no. Well, imagine if he'd gone and said, in
97.
your face, I can get it as
Barry
well.
Car 16.
Van Peer is on a tear up here. What a performance so far.
Third leg leader through first. Game on.
Remember, Lee Evans is not safe. He needs 2 legs. But at this rate, he's not going to get any.
Well, you need 2
18.
legs. You come off on the stage. You're averaging 107. You've lost them both.
$121.
There's some vigour about this performance. It's not just about the accuracy, it's about the mood. It's the I will not be denied dart player that's come up the steps.
60.
The experience of this 29-year-old from the Netherlands can't be ignored. He's had his trials and tribulations, but he's also been a
96.
success. And he's the kind of player, when he comes here this week, going out in the group on a Saturday night is a failure.
$140.
Much needed 140 from Evans.
$98.
You get the feeling, Matt, that this 221's got to have to go out in 6.
Well, the way Berry's playing, you'll not be expecting any more than the 6.
Well, I'll mention it now because a 180 from 221 leaves 41. If Van Peer left 216 from a previous leg, that proves the point, doesn't it? Is it about leaving
80.
yourself 3 darts away from a double as opposed to 4?
Getting from the third leg, Lee Evans.
Lee Evans is digging deep. And he's
Well,
happy
ready to
to,
go
isn't he? He
first.
said he
Game
was going to
on.
play better tonight. He absolutely is. That's a 14 darter for Lee Evans. And Berry Van Peer was sat ready to strike.
One of them,
He only
40.
needs 2 legs. He's got half the job done already. But he doesn't have a lot of time with which to do it when Berry Van Peer is playing this well.
I tell you what, take the Berry Van Peer versus Scott Campbell game out of the equation tonight. The doubling percentages from the other games,
One of them,
including this
40.
one, it's like something I've never seen on a Saturday night. Extraordinary standard. That's the 3rd maximum of this game. Here comes another one.
180.
Now, these fans are being treated to some incredible stuff tonight.
57.
17 180s here tonight. 17! This is only game 6.
96. Berry Coward and 24.
I get the feeling that the players are really enjoying the battle as well. They're just getting lost in it, aren't they? Oh, hold on a minute. Oh, again. The doubling tonight just keeps getting better.
To throw first.
The
Game
Tumblers
on.
checkouts are adding up. Van Peer, this is exceptional.
Well, what a leg we've got now. Because if Evans doesn't win this leg, he's out.
Van Peer
95.
is fractions under tournament record statistics.
140.
In this mood, nobody would stop him. But Evans does not need to beat Van Peer in this game. He just needs to win this leg.
41.
If he wants to top the group, he needs 3 legs.
100.
Jeopardy on Saturday nights here. It is anxiety-filled, whether you're watching, supporting, or playing.
This is the moment, isn't it, for Lee Evans? He's lost touch, he's lost ground here in the scoring phase. He has to hit, and he has to hit big.
100.
That doesn't feel like enough right now.
And if he doesn't win this leg, Matt,
91.
it's a long time until Q School. No Champions Week in Series 15. His plan might change for the end of 2026.
95.
But Van Peer, if he takes this out,
70.
that would have been ridiculous.
as could this be.
Leah
What a way
Carwin,
to qualify
70.
for a semi-final this would be. First, you have to dare yourself that you can do it. He'll be livid with himself because the second dart was
105.
short.
Leah Carwin, 12.
Can Van Peer finish the job with another perfect doubling performance?
42.
We're about to
Leah
find
Carr,
out
65.
how things could change. Tops.
45.
He's had his chance to
Leah
qualify.
Carr,
He's had 2
70.
darts and now he might be looking at the exit door. The towel is in hand. Evans is hopeful that he's coming back. Berry couldn't finish off Scott Campbell.
54.
He can't finish off
Leah
Evans
Carr,
just
20.
yet. Things are about to get really complicated in this group. That's too close. He's got to get this angle perfect. He's got it perfect. And Lee Evans has qualified for the semi-finals before this game is even done.
6-leg Petty to throw first. Game on.
We picked up on it in the previous game, didn't we? Lee Evans stood watching the monitors, so he knew what he needed to do to qualify before, and that reaction tells you he knew exactly what he
43.
needed. He knows that that was the qualifying moment.
Absolutely. Nothing really changes for Berry Van Peer. Twofold. He still just needs to win this
81.
game. But on top of that, it's another situation where he's missed match opportunities. How does
100.
he bounce back this time after missing? I think we classify that as relief. Lee Evans has got at least one more game on the stage tonight.
95. 100.
The mood of Van Peer has changed just a little bit. He doesn't seem to have that same game face as the start of the match where he was averaging 120 after 2 legs. It's still a world-class match.
100.
Between 2 dart players who have graced the PDC Pro Tour and who are lighting up the Portsmouth stage right now.
58.
Well, the context has changed very quickly here, hasn't it? A moment ago we were talking about can Lee Evans get to 2 legs. Going into this shot, well, going into it, it looked like he was about to become favourite. Coming out of it, maybe not so
21.
much.
If Evans wins one more leg, he wins the group, which means you'd play Rhys Colley in the semi-finals. That is a wonderful maximum. And now Scott Campbell will be feeling a little bit nauseous. Because if Van Peer gets the job done, Campbell will be leaving.
140. Petty car 20.
To put Campbell out and to put himself through. It's
15.
happening again.
Leah Carr 64.
Deja vu from game 2. How much fortune has Campbell got left in his wallet? This is now to win the group. He has won Group 2. And believe it or not, Scott Campbell is still alive.
The final leg lead to throw first.
I'm going to go back to what we were speaking about at the start of the show. Barry Van Peer not having a lot of match practice, not getting a lot of game time. Now, where that tends to flag up is not in the 90% or the 95%. It's in those key moments, the 5%, the crossing of the line. Is that what we're seeing here? Is this just that little bit of rust in the real key moments?
Well, earlier tonight, Matt, you were talking about if Barry were to be successful here this evening, what would it do for setting him up for the rest of the year? It's still possible. If he wins the leg, he gets through. But if he were to have identical experiences against Campbell and Evans, where he doesn't get across the line, what does that do?
125.
Well, you can process it in two completely different ways. It can make you hungry to come back and go, I'm not going to make
57.
that mistake again. Or it could go the other way, where you almost put them down for a bit and you end up going to that sort of in and out sort of, I'll dabble in a bit of darts, I'll come out of it because I can't deal with the pain.
100.
This is a really good opportunity for Berry to exercise a Saturday ghost that's only just arrived.
58.
Bad situations either haunt you or you slay them. In order to slay, he needs Evans to be derailed.
And that's the problem for Berry right now. It's in Lee Evans' hands.
59.
Quite literally. Although that is a bit of an opening. If you can find a couple of big trebles here, changes the context completely.
58.
It's not enough.
Leah Carwood, 17.
They're identical on the doubles all of a sudden. The only darts that Berry has missed at double in this match have been for the match. But now it's a match dart for Lee.
97. Leah
The
Carwood,
door is ajar, but
48.
only just.
Well, Berry's been mopsing around the last couple of throws, looking like a beaten man. And you feel if he doesn't take out this 148, he will be.
Your entire week comes down to this. This is his 25th game of the week. And this must be found. Really? Oh, what an effort from Barry Van Peer. But just like his first game of the night, he could have won it 3 times over. And he might have to settle for 2 4-3 defeats. That is the case. And by some sort of darting miracle, Scott Campbell has made the semi-finals alongside Lee Evans. That is a night that Barry Van Peer will want to forget. He played beautifully in the first couple of legs, but he could not use a 100 average to win that match in 7 legs. The semis are set.
Welcome back to finals night, and what a night it has been so far. We kicked off with Jack Drayton averaging 97 and a 4-1 win over Zvonimir Lesic, flawless on the outer ring, but Rhys Colley gave Drayton a taste of his own medicine, securing his spot into the knockout stages with a 4-3 win. He had to endure a 4-3 defeat to Zvonimir Lesic in the midst of all that chaos, but it is chaos that makes it through on leg difference, and that's before we even get to Group 2. Barry Van Peer, how has he thrown it away? 2 4-3 defeats from commanding positions as well. Lee Evans is the only player here tonight with a 100% record remaining. He takes on Rhys Colley in the second semi-final. It's Drayton against Scott Campbell. The Scotland captain is into another semi-final here at the Live Lounge. Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson have rejoined me, and weirdly, chaps, I'm going to start with a player who is out. Nico, how has Barry Van Peer thrown that away?
He's done everything right tonight apart from hitting the match-winning double twice. He could have won both games by 4-1, 4-2, or 4-3. Unfortunately, he threw it away, like you mentioned, and that is going to hurt. He's going to have to process that over the next few days and understand how he felt in that moment. But I've got to give him credit, because when he needed that 1-4-8 to win 4-3 against Evans just now, he gave himself a chance. A bad dart player doesn't get to double 14 there. A very good dart player gets the chance. He just wasn't able to get that last chance in there. So he's the only person who didn't get a win tonight. Incredible stuff.
It really was incredible. Matt, at the top of the show, we spoke about two players in particular that had more to give coming into this evening. Lee Evans and Scott Campbell. They've both made it through. Evans has stepped it up.
Yeah, I think one player's given more and the other's received a bit of fortune, shall we say, in regards to Scott Campbell. Lee Evans said at the start of the night he was going to step it up. He said there was issues with dealing with the heat. You can't change the environment. You can only change how you approach it. And that's what Lee Evans has done tonight. He's completely changed everything in regards to the build-up, the preparation. He's got it right tonight. And he was really under pressure in that last game. He was 2-0 down to Barry Van Peer, who we were starting to look at the scoreboards and the averages and the record books to see, because Barry was looking like he was about to break the best average we have ever seen in this building. Lee Evans dug deep. He knew what he needed to do, get those two legs on the board. He got over the line in that and then kicked on even further. Lee Evans has been exceptional tonight.
It really was an incredible end to Group 2. I mean, wow. Scott Campbell must feel as though all of his Christmases have come at once.
Yeah, I'll be hoping there's another 2. Because he's the person who's in the semi-finals right now who has not played to the level of some other players tonight. Drayton's been really good. Evans has been really dependable. Campbell's used up an awful lot of lives. Now, if he's a cat, I wonder how many lives he's got left. He's going to have to go up against Drayton in the first semi-final. But to his credit, when he was down and out against Berry, he was able to do that.
Absolutely.
So when you get the chance, you've got to take the chance. And I suppose that is the mantra of Group 2 tonight, because one person in Barry Van Peer wasn't able to take his 1-4-8 chance, and on that 1-2-2, Campbell was able to do it.
It's been a high-class evening, and it's a high-caliber Final Four. The former series champion Jack Drayton lost that match against Colley, but it really did go with the throw, and that was a game we could have watched all night. It was real top draw, and Drayton goes into the semi-final. Is he still favourite in your eyes?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's been probably the performer of the event so far this evening, certainly when it comes to the finishing. His doubles have been absolutely world-class, and he's just one of those players that every time he's getting to the back end of the legs, we're starting to feel like it's going to go. And if we're starting to notice that and feel that, the players will as well, because they'll realise they're not coming back to the hockey again and they're not getting that other opportunity. If he carries on finishing the way he is, I can't see him being beaten again.
One thing I've noticed with these young dart players who are coming through, they're not even 20 years of age. They know where the camera is, and when they're confident, they're not shy in showing it. There was a wink to the camera earlier tonight from Drayton as if to say, I've got this. And that is a confidence you can't buy. Some people have that confidence and don't deliver. He's got confidence and he delivers.
Reece Colley has continued his strong form from Group B. I don't think he quite knew what hit him when it came to Zvonimir Lesic, though, but he really held his nerve here, Nico.
Yeah, look at this. Drayton sitting on 78 to put him away, and he put in his own doubling masterclass there. Let's face it, they both did in that game. It was wonderful. One misstarted double from Drayton, and that's the only thing that went wrong. But to be able to find that double 16 when you really need to punch your ticket to the semis, very well done. But I tell you what makes it even more impressive is that he probably thought he missed the second single 16. It was so close. And when he reset himself and then went for the double, that shows maturity.
We have to have a final word on Zvonimir Lesic. We know all about Boris Krčmar, Romeo Grbovac. What was it, this time last week you were in Croatia. And it's still a nation blossoming into this sport. And this is what I love about this place. We've found a real gem in Zvonimir.
He can be really proud of what he's done and what he's achieved. Getting through to Saturday night's an achievement in itself, especially coming in here as a bit of an unknown. But then to produce the performance he did, back-to-back 11 darters, to give himself a hope, that is just sheer quality and class. That is world-class, elite-level darts. So to be able to pull that out, I'd like to see him here again. I think he could follow some of those very inspirational stories we've seen in the past of people that have come here as a bit of an unknown, shown they can play, and then the next time they come, they really do deliver. I'd love to see him get another opportunity.
I don't want him to get a tour card in January if he goes to European Q School. I want him back here next year, but I'd love to see him at the ADC Global Championship.
Oh,
he could be a difference maker there.
Absolutely. Let's have a look forward then to the semi-finals. We are down to the final four. The group stages were a tricky puzzle. Matt, how do you see the first semi-final going?
If Scott Campbell doesn't improve, I see this being a very easy win for Jack Drayton on the evidence of what we've seen so far. That is on what we've seen, though, in the short term. We know what Scott Campbell's capable of. He was my pick at the start of the night, but if he's going to deliver on that, he's got to be at his best, and he's got to raise it significantly.
Nico, the second semi-final looks a slightly trickier puzzle to solve. I say slightly. Scott Campbell could pull a rabbit out of the hat yet again. It wouldn't be a total surprise, but Evans against Colley, I think it's going to be tight.
Yeah, I think it will be. We've had quite a lot of tight games already this evening, and we're not getting sick of it, that's for sure. But interestingly for me, looking at Lee Evans when he knew he needed two legs in that semi-final type game in the group, he showed a little bit more gumption than usual. He's very placid. He's an Iceman style player where he just gets on with it. Not tonight. Looks like he's going for it. And that might be something that might get him further.
I'm going to make you stick with Scott Campbell because I don't want you to deviate away from your initial original pick. Your pick of Lesic is out, so I'm going to give you a second bite of the cherry.
I had to go with Jack Drayton. I think he's got the better semi-final to play. He's got the darts, and he can make it through to the final first and put the pressure on the others. So I think it could be Drayton's night again.
Right then, we are down to the final four. It's time for the semi-finals.
Jack Drayton is telling us now is what? I'm a winner, and I am very close to the semi-finals already. Derry's look is forlorn, and that is a look at the bull.
Welcome to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, Series 15, Week 2 semi-finals live on Pluto TV. We now get on to our first semi-final. Please welcome to the stage the current Super Series champion, Jack Drayton, and the former Super Series weekly winner, Scott Campbell.
Here we go then. Semi-final number one. The Series 13 champion here in Series 15. Looking for another tilt at a series title. Bossman Jr. has the darts due to winning Group 1 here this evening. He's up against Scott Campbell, a weekly winner here back in Series 10. The Scotland captain maybe having a slice of good fortune in the group stages, but write him off at your peril. He is a real high-caliber operator. But Jack Drayton, a rising superstar, he's still on the rise with that series title to his name. Flying high still on the Dev Tour, looking good for a spot on the Pro Tour from next year. And Scott Campbell looking to take care of business. He's off to play in the Challenge Tour tomorrow, the 36-year-old from Aberdeen. A crucial win over Barry Van Peer with a magnificent 1-2-2 checkout on the ball. Only one will make it through to this evening's final, and we're going to find out with Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Someone in just over an hour's time is going to get their second weekly title. As far as semi-finals are concerned, though, for Jack Drayton, he played one in week 9 of Series 13. He played one on Champions Night of Series 13. He won them both. So in semi-finals,
Thank you, ladies and
he's
gentlemen.
undefeated.
First leg, Jack to through first. Game on.
Can he keep that run going? There are many out there that think that Jack Drayton is destined to be on the pro circuit in 2027.
42.
With that in mind, this could be his last visit to the Live Lounge at the Modus Super Series in this format. That might be where he's getting his urgency from tonight, Matt.
Yeah, it feels inevitable, doesn't it, that this is going to be his last chance to get his name on that trophy for a second time. As we know, only one person ever done that before.
99.
You feel like it's a record that will eventually be matched and maybe broken. As that list continues to grow of quality names on that trophy.
100.
Trophy Scott Campbell really wants to add his name to. Really wants another crack at Champions Week. He believes that's where exactly he should be, and he's got the game to really back up that belief.
Yeah, we do have a Scottish champion from Series 5. Jim McEwen, of course. Pairs partner of Scott Campbell at International Pairs.
140.
Drayton, who played in the semi-finals in Series 13, Week 9, beat Jensen Walker in that semi-final. And he, of course, is a Series champion from Series 10.
60. Scott the car, 161.
Just doing a little bit of sparring here in the first leg, but Campbell's overtaken Drayton in this first leg of the contest.
43.
It's not worked out the way he planned.
$96.
It's not bad at
car,
all.
118.
Campbell's mission in this game is very simple. Keep Jack away from the doubles. And this is how you do it.
78.
Not like that.
Jack the car, 104.
You can't believe he's missed it that high.
Wasn't happy at all with the delivery of that one, was he? And that misery may be about to grow.
He just isn't missing chances. I think there's an Erling Haaland football shirt in the audience tonight. Well, I tell you what, Jack Drayton is finishing like Erling Haaland strikes.
$91.
First game, 4 out of 4 on the doubles. Then 3 out of 4. Now he's 1 from 1.
134.
It was sort of the pre-match build-up, wasn't it? Where would this game be won and lost? And it was absolutely keep Jack Drayton away from the checkouts. And the longer it goes on, the more that the players will notice it. The more that's going to make the back end of legs just riddled with anxiety, because if he's on a checkout, you think it's gone.
125.
Just to put it into some sort of perspective, how good his finishing is tonight. There are levels to this game. You can have a 4 out of 4 once or twice, possibly in a week if you play enough games.
100.
But tonight he's 8 from 9. That's reaching for the very, very top tier when it comes to doubling prowess. We're talking Johnny Clayton like doubling tonight.
170.
This is what Campbell needs to get into this game. Don't be short. Just be in. And he loves the bull.
145.
I think that's the first time he's missed it tonight.
62.
Well, he's there. Should Jack Drayton do something he's not been doing tonight, and that is missing doubles. He's only going to get a dart.
$42.
Only the second double he's missed this evening. So Campbell has another life. How many's he got left? He needs this.
21.
And he doesn't get it.
Jalika 20.
You don't feel like Drayton's going to miss double 10. When he's on form, he doesn't miss double 10.
He's on the second leg, Jack Drayton.
Even when he was missing doubles earlier in the week, he was still finding that one.
On.
And this kind of performance, it's almost the regular good performance of Drayton, about the 97 mark. That's what he did in his first game tonight. He was just a little bit lower against Rhys Colley, and that's one of the reasons why he lost 4-3. But that's the kind of level he's playing at tonight. 95 plus.
140.
And the issue is now he's got the breaker thrower, Scott Campbell. He's already got the advantage of throwing first. That now means Campbell is going to have to break Jack Drayton twice if he is going to win this match.
95.
It seemed like quite a test to break him once. I mean, the one thing we've got to look at here, though, is the performance of Scott Campbell. It is significantly improved.
Yeah, but there's one thing we learned from Game 6 tonight. 100 average is no guarantee of a win, because that's what Barry Van Peer did in his defeat to Lee Evans.
60.
It's amazing how different the sport is these days. There was a time where a 19-year-old playing an international captain, the 19-year-old would be quivering. If anything, this 19-year-old is thriving.
And the expectation changes as well.
61.
Jack Drayton would have come into this game a big favourite.
$125.
That's exceptional.
150.
Does Drayton dare? 619s. Not enough.
90.
Campbell's had 4 darts at double.
36.
Hasn't hit any. He's got to get off the mark. He finally does. And that will be nothing more than relief for him. The first two weren't even that close. They weren't markers. But he did find a way to make it 2-1.
Fourth leg Scott to throw first. Game on.
Scott Campbell was giving him his own drum roll there. He really needed to find that, didn't he, Matt?
81.
Well, just pick one off on the switch, which does keep that advantage of throw without offering too much of an invitation. But this has got to be a hold, hasn't it, for Scott Campbell? There's just not enough time, you feel, to get that recovery in again.
Do you feel like there are certain players as well, especially these days, when they lose a leg, they don't panic.
80.
They actually get inspired by the fact that they've just lost a leg. It's as if to say, how dare you take that leg away from me? I'll show you.
And you tend to find it's from players that believe they've won the match before they've even played it. They feel like the result's a formality, it's just how it happens. And Jack Drayton has that swagger. He has that belief that he thinks he's going to win
96.
before it's even begun.
So that's his nickname now, is it? Jack Swagger.
Ah, I like it. We the people.
He's got 5 180s
40.
tonight. That's very, very good. In fact, everybody deserves credit tonight because the 180 chart, that's high. It's been one of the highest quality finals nights we've had in 2026. And one of the more intriguing as well with all of the permutations.
$85.
And this is what we talk about when it comes to deliberate pace. Campbell takes the extra 2 or 3 seconds to get set, whereas other players, they don't need that.
There's a sign of confidence as well, isn't it? A lot of people will play quick because they're playing almost with a bit of panic. They just want to deliver the shot.
That's the second 170 approach we've seen tonight. There's no recovery from Drayton.
56.
But there is a top sleeve.
Car 16.
There's another sign of that swagger.
Gain
And there's another sign of tenacity from the Scot.
Fifth leg Jacks is through first. Game on.
I'll tell you how good the lineup is tonight. PDC Pro Adam Lipscomb's come to watch.
42.
Former ADC Global finalist. And someone who is from the local area. Just can't get enough of the darts. Can't blame him.
Well, when you're talking about inspirational stories and journeys of which the Super Series has
91.
delivered, there's a classic case right there in Lipscomb, isn't it? Someone who, due to geography, really got his opportunity here and accelerated his career very, very quickly.
48.
Yep, indeed. We wish him well for the rest of his PDC season as he looks to try and save his tour privileges. But watching darts from this close,
97.
it can inspire you. There he is, the baby boy.
$100.
Well, after a little bit of sparring early and a little bit of early quality, now this is a tight match. And I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to say, Matt.
100.
This is tighter than we thought it was going to be.
Absolutely. It certainly had the capabilities of being very tight, but on the evidence of what we saw so far from Scott Campbell tonight,
93.
it didn't look likely. But Scott Campbell, with all that experience, will know what has been and gone has gone. It's all about what you do in the next game, what you're capable of producing. And if he can produce a treble here with this last dart, he's in a good position to get that second break of throw that
93.
looked so unlikely moments ago. He's left it handy. Scoring power just starting to wilt a
52.
little bit, and that's a slip.
car
That's an error.
120.
Because he's just given Scott Campbell 6 darts now to get this breaker throw.
What a marker for the 60 that is. As proven.
Gains
The
on the
lead
fifth
is
leg, Scott
Campbell's. You said you fancied him
Sixth
for
leg
Group
Scott to throw
B.
first.
He did qualify,
Game on.
but only in 3rd position. He qualified for the semis, only just. But he could now be the person to ensure that Jack Drayton does not get a second series title in 2026.
83.
He could be the person who is last to play against Drayton here at the Live Lounge at the Modus Super Series.
121.
He could effectively end Jack's Modus Super Series career the way that Sebastian Białecki did for Luke Littler.
$45.
Well, Jack Drayton now starting to show his quality. You don't win a series title here at the Super Series going through all those games without facing adversity at some point. Without coming through matches like this.
Oh, he had adversity in that series final against Steve Green. He could have won that final 3 times over.
26.
And then he had to survive a match start at tops from Green, his county teammate.
Scott Campbell's done everything right, hasn't he, to pull this game back. He had to find 2 breaks a throw
75.
and did. He had full control of this match, but not really finding anything here in this leg. That's the one where he will feel he should be getting the job done. The only chance he's having with the darts.
I'll tell you what, Matt, I wouldn't mind knowing how many bullseyes have been hit tonight.
125.
You don't even need one on this combination. I'm not sure about that, but it has worked out
85.
extremely well. Looks like it's going to be 4-3, the most popular result of the night. We've already had 4 games go the distance.
140. Jelly car 40.
Well, that's really, really nice from Scott Campbell. He didn't want to upset the rhythm of Jack Drayton there, so he decided not to retrieve. That was really good etiquette. How has that not gone in?
Scott Ulicar 107.
This entire place has gone into a state of shock. And they could be the last 3 darts that Bossman Jr. throws on this stage. Is his challenge done? Campbell does have 3 darts. He has 3 flights. Does he have 3 in the registered segments?
67.
He's at the same hole.
Jelly car 40.
We can see the wire still bent from how close it was for Jack Drayton last time. But this time, much more urgency.
He's on the 6th leg, Jack Drayton.
Now it's Drayton's time to survive. Another 4-3 scoreline imminent.
Final leg, Jack to throw first.
Has Campbell had his chance to get rid of Bossman Jr.? To be fair to Jack, though, the way he scored in that leg to stay in this semi-final, props. Guts. And when you have won titles on this stage, you know how to cross the line. Campbell's done that himself, but it was a little bit further from now.
60.
Is he feeling like he's missed his one and only opportunity?
Well, he'd been coming to the hockey on that last visit, knowing there's not much he could do to get in front.
95.
It's more a case of just trying to cling on. And that's the case now. Has to find a couple of trebles here, or Jack Drayton could be in the distance. Finds a couple of trebles. Goes one better. What a time to find your first maximum of the game.
Back comes Jack.
140.
Excellent visit. Campbell's at it again. Or where have we seen that before?
Jelly car 132.
It might not be enough. Another one. It just drifted, and Campbell will get a chance to
92.
put
Scott the car 81.
the Series 13 champ out of Series 15. He won his first game of the night on the bull. Is that a section of the board he needs? He doesn't. Double 12. Wow, what a turn of events as Jack Drayton is beaten by the Scotland captain. That could be the end of his Modus Super Series career if everything goes well for him outside of this building. He's still smiling. He threw everything at Scott Campbell, but he couldn't quite finish the job. Campbell could still tonight get a second weekly win.
Scott Campbell is into our weekly final here this evening in one of the most captivating, engrossing semi-finals I think we have ever seen in this building. He has knocked out the Series 13 champion Jack Drayton in a last leg decider. There may have been a slice of good fortune for Campbell in getting out of the group. There was no good fortune about that. He earned it. He played fantastically well, as did Drayton, but it is Campbell that progresses through to the final. Who will he face? Will it be Lee Evans or Rhys Colley? Let's find out.
Interesting. It's tops. It's very interesting indeed. That's just as perfect. Is this one found? What he needed, he found.
Welcome to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, Series 15, Week 2 semi-finals, live on Pluto TV. We now get round to our second semi-final of the evening. Please welcome on stage Lee Evans and former Super Series weekly winner, Reese Colley.
Lee Evans, the only player here this evening with a 100% record. He takes on Reese Colley, who survived a bit of a scare, such as Scott Campbell did in getting out of his group here this evening. A defeat to Zonomir Lesic earlier on tonight, but it was a narrow one. Colley knows all about this format. He's won a week here before. Evans hasn't in this building at least, which is kind of head-scratching, really, given the nature and the calibre of player that Evans is. Colley, ever increasingly stacking up an impressive CV. British Open champion, World Open champion. These big field opens on the BDO WDF circuit, they take some winning. And it's going to take a bit of winning here this evening as well. Scott Campbell awaits in the final. Who will join him? Let's find out with Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
On a night in Portsmouth where doubling has been delightful, we have somebody in the final having got there with 32% on the outer ring in the bullseye. Turns out that Paul Hinks, who has been in the best seat in the house,
Ladies and gentlemen, first leg,
has witnessed
leader
Campbell
first.
still alive, but with how many lives left? There are only 3 players left now. 9 have been eliminated from this week. But picking a favourite in this one, good luck with that. Evans might have won both of his games, but they were both close.
135.
And when he needed to be clutch, Reese Colley was just that.
Yeah, they both had to
60.
dig deep, haven't they, so far this evening to get to this position. Position they've both been in before. And I just wonder, seeing the
97.
favourite go out in the game beforehand, if that's gave these more inspiration, more hope of going
60.
through. Yes, Scott Campbell, quality player, played amazing in that game, averaged just shy of 98. But the favourite is out now.
I think what you've got to do is prepare
81.
for the best version of everybody you play. So if you draw Reese Colley, expect the best version of him. Don't expect his C
97.
game to show up. One of the best compliments we can pay Lee Evans as well is that if you're going to play him, you almost know what you're going to get. He's going to throw this consistent
58.
90-plus average stuff at you, and he's not going to give you many chances, so you're going to have to go with him, if not suffocate
35.
him in the scoring stakes.
Lee Car 130.
That's what's called playing pro-level darts.
$59.
The bullseye's not a magnet this time. Well, that could have come off a little bit worse than that, so take it and run. Now, I wonder, did that one slip out of his hand? And still find the treble 20? That's gone in at a weird angle.
92. Lee Car 71.
That's a good marker.
Game shot the first leg.
Didn't
Lee
really
Evans.
need it. Evans is picking off legs one by
Second leg
one, and
reaches the
that
third
is the
first.
best
Game on.
mindset you can have coming into knockout darts in the semi-finals.
93.
Well, all week, throughout that Group C campaign, I kept saying we've not seen the best of Lee Evans. When is that going to show? He said it's going to be tonight.
100.
Certainly has been a step up in performance, but some people would see it as a negative, wouldn't they, in regards to not producing
60.
their best or struggling through a group. But when you've won the group and you've been nowhere near your best, surely that gives you confidence. Confidence to believe that you can win without your best. Well, what are you going to do
60.
with it? Who can touch you when you start to play that A game?
You can almost feel it when your best game is coming.
140.
At least 47% on his doubles tonight, which is really impressive. But what you've done prior to the semis apparently is no guarantee of success. Just ask Jack.
140.
Every game individual. The week I love to bring up all the time because I think it paints the
82.
picture is that one of Wesley Plaisir before he went back or moved on to the Pro Tour. Dominant all week, but didn't win the Saturday because he lost that one game.
That's the brutality of the format. You can be a great
125,
marathon runner from
126.
Monday to Friday, but if you can't sprint on a Saturday night, you're going to fail. That's not a fail.
101. Liakar 76.
Not quite. So Evans gets a chance to double his lead. Double 18.
Games on the second leg.
Really
Leavens.
clinical. 2-0 lead it is. But how many times tonight
Good leg
has
leader
someone
throw
established
first.
a lead and lost it?
Game on.
Just thinking about what you said about the format there, about being a marathon runner and then a sprint. It's exactly that, isn't it? The Super Series, the ultimate test.
100.
It's the ultimate test of consistency and quality. Because there's always going to be a moment you need to find that burst performance. Scott Campbell's
60.
been consistent, and he found that burst performance in the last game that's seen him through to the final.
Well, let's give you an example of what this format can do for you. Everybody knows that Luke Littler, the world number one,
54.
by over £2 million, is the best long format player in the world. Is it a
58.
coincidence that when he was 16, he learned how to play game in, game out for hour upon hour here? And then when he needed to be explosive, he would do that on a
81.
Saturday. He's extrapolated the skills learned here and taken it to the highest level.
81.
Well, time's starting to run out a little bit now, though, for Reece Colley, which is why you're just starting to see when those little errors come into play, a little bit of visible frustration.
134.
He's very well aware that time is not on his side right now. Talk about the short format game. Lee Evans halfway there.
98.
He's got 6
Liakar
starts here.
132.
75%.
I think what Lee is doing right now is very effective. He's managing the heat on the stage. He's managing his hands. Between every throw, he's using the towel. He's using whatever substance he's got for grip. Everything's working. Everything.
Games on the third leg. Lee Evans.
He has stretched the lead to 3.
Fourth leg Reece to throw
And
first.
Chaos
Game on.
has got very little wiggle room now. In as little as 2.5 minutes, Reece could be in
96.
pieces.
$131.
This is a really effective 95 average. Not 132. They call it the
131.
champagne shot, but that's only if you get the 2 bulls and the double 16. If you get it the way that Lee found it, that's even harder.
Well, one word comes to mind when I think about this
42.
performance of Lee Evans, and that's restrictive. Because he's restricting Reece Colley to virtually nothing. He's only managed 1 dart of the double in this
100.
match so far.
Yeah, it's as if Reece Colley's ordered a bowl of rice and Lee Evans has only given him one chopstick.
$58. $134.
Well, he should get an opportunity here. Lee Evans, a long way off his scoring game, but he knows the damage is done. He doesn't need to win every leg, he just needs to win one more. Two of which he'll have the advantage of throwing first.
Comebacks have to start somewhere. And this one starts right here. It's not like some sports where you can get a chunk at a time. Here it is, I can only win one leg. So why worry about winning 4? Don't worry at all, just win 1. And then try and win another one.
91.
It's not like skins golf, where you could potentially have 18 skins on the line on one hole.
100.
It doesn't work this way in this format of darts. It's all about one leg at a time.
It's not like tennis, is it, where you can get 15 points on one rally?
Yeah, fair point, so to speak.
140.
Do not see any panic from Evans after losing that 4th leg. If anything, he's just steadied the ship.
94.
It's really good gameplay as well. 91 on the switch, and then he stays straight to leave the 270. Looking to leave the finish. This is a pro-style leg. The only thing that's missing from this now is a full stop. He's still averaging 95. He's still 75% on the doubles. He can pitch his tent wherever he wants.
30.
Shaves enough off of it to make it a very easy gettable 2-dart combination, but this time a little bit of pressure on it. What a find that is from Reece Colley. Perfect time for a first max.
That's what you call a just-in chaos 180. Does it make any difference?
40.
Maybe it will.
83.
Because this is for a break of throw now. Just about.
58.
But not in the bull to keep this match alive. Evans has a handful to put Reece away. Evans is very good, and into a weekly final. It will be England versus Scotland to see who wins in week number 2. If Campbell wins, it'll be Scotland at the double at the start of Series 15. But is it going to be a Series 15 success for Evans? He will get his chance when the final takes place tonight.
And we have our finalists. Scott Campbell, a dramatic, encapsulating 4-3 win over Jack Drayton. The Series 13 champion is out. He will be met by Lee Evans, a comprehensive enough 4-1 win over Rhys Colley. It's Campbell and Evans that will fight out the final. Welcome back to the studio. Paul Nicholson has joined me. What an incredible pair of semi-finals, not least with that match between Drayton and Campbell.
Great game, wasn't it? You've got to give Campbell props because he went into the Final Four as the perceived weakest player. But the thing that really grabbed my attention was the last leg. One, he gets a chance to take it that far, he does. But then in the last leg, he's able to find back-to-back 180s. I mean, Drayton is thinking, this is probably the only shot I'm going to get. Off the back of the 2 180s from Campbell, which seems to follow him around on that stage, he's still got to take the 81 out. And this is for a 12-darter against a former series champion to make a final. This is an elite situation. And look at what he is able to do. 1 dart left, and he is able to find the target. That is very, very classy. 12-darter to qualify for a final, and he'll be hoping that he hasn't peaked with that shot.
It was really classy and quality by Campbell, but I just wonder, with that second dart on the 1-3-2 from Drayton, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but after getting that initial ball, it's very easy to be lured in to get another one. Was there enough space for it? Was the shot maybe a switch to the 14s?
I can both agree with you and disagree, because I think it depends on the player in the moment. What we saw from Drayton in that semi-final were the 3 darts at tops that were 3 points magnetised to each other. So based on that darting behaviour, there was enough room. Based on the delivery of the second bull shot, it was just dragged a little bit left, so it didn't really have a chance. But we can always say you should have gone for the treble 14 when they've missed. If he hits it, he looks like a genius. But that game was signified by the tightest of margins.
Absolutely, and from here on in, Jack Drayton has got an exceptionally bright future ahead of him. It was much more serene, at least for Lee Evans. Rhys Colley just not able to sustain the levels he showed in Group B.
No, I think what Matt was saying in commentary was perfect, because what Lee was doing with his pro-level style game is he was able to strangle the opportunities that Rhys wanted. Rhys wanted to get shots at doubles, and Lee just wasn't giving him much with this sustained 95 average type of stuff that they've come to expect from Evans. And he was just a quality operator from the start to the end. Maybe with the little bit of a blip in leg number 4, but he was afforded that because of the brilliance of the first 3 legs.
Absolutely. And looking ahead to this final now, Evans still unbeaten here this evening, including a win already tonight over Campbell. Does that give him the edge?
I think it has to. If you look at week 1, we know that Buckby and Beveridge played each other in the group, and things were reversed. This time around, if it happens again, it may be just the way the series is going to work. It could be an incredible series for Scotland. But Evans will be the favourite for the right reasons, because he's Mr. Consistency. But did he play as well as Campbell did in the semis? The answer is no. So this is a very hard one to call.
You can really make a good case for both. Lee Evans has incidentally won the bull. Evans will throw first in the final. Campbell, though, has the know-how in this building. He has a weekly win to his name already. Evans doesn't. Could that give him the edge?
Potentially. I mean, I look at Scott Campbell and I think he's going to be here next year. That's what I believe. If he wants to go to Q school, get a Pro Tour status, and he gets one, good luck to him. But I see him being furniture here for a couple of years, playing for his country and playing at this level. I do not see Lee Evans being here next year. I think this might be his last chance to get a weekly title here in Portsmouth for the foreseeable future. So if he thinks that way, he might just have a little bit more urgency.
Really is an interesting final, this. I know we've already seen it once already tonight, but it's different when it's a final. It's different when the trophy is on that stage. The medal is there to be won. The spot in Champions Week is there in your grasp. And you can make a case for both, and you can make a case as well for each and every single scoreline.
You can, because if Evans gets out of the blocks, Campbell might think, I've used up all my luck. I'm just not going to get into this final. But if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. It's as simple as that. So Campbell's got to be that tenacious Robert Thornton-style player at times in this game. He's got to stick with Evans. If he can't, he could get trampled. But if he draws Evans into the same kind of battle that he had with Drayton in the semi-finals, this could be a classic.
And to make a sort of counterclaim to my own argument, to play devil's advocate somewhat, about Campbell having that edge of already having a weekly title here previously, Evans got one in the old place, so there's still a winning know-how about Lee.
Yeah, it's about the format as well. Different place, different temperature, different feels. But Evans will have a list of achievements that he wants before Christmas. And this is it. This is the one opportunity he's got in Series 15 to right some of the wrongs of the previous 2 series in 2026. And we're going to be talking about this a lot over the next 10 weeks. People getting their last opportunity to get a medal, to get a trophy lift, and a place in a Champions Week. For someone of Evans' quality, this is very much a tick box exercise. He needs to get this done before it's too late.
Campbell's quality is there for all to see as well, though, and it's been a really good response. He disappointed in double trouble. There's no two ways about it. He was disappointed. I think many others were as well, because he would have gone into that week as one of the favourites. He was second favourite for this week as well. Evans wasn't even in the betting come Monday morning. He hadn't had the call up yet. But Campbell, it just goes to show that obviously the bookmakers kept the faith with him, and he's justified it.
Yeah, I think Matthew Edgar's a genius. Because when Campbell wasn't the favourite, he said, Campbell looks quite likely. He knows his stuff. But Campbell knows his stuff as well. He will have gained confidence from the last 9 darts he's thrown on that stage. The 180, the 180 to back it up, and the 81 kill. That kind of stuff doesn't come around in every game you play at this level. But if you can find little smatterings of that when the pressure's on, you might get that one opportunity that gets you the medal tonight.
Nico, thank you very much. The wait is over. It's time for the final.
Is that a section of the board he needs? He doesn't. Double 12.
Wow, what a turn of events.
Evans is very good and into a weekly final.
Welcome to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, Series 15, Week 2, Grand Final. We now have 2 players. Please welcome, first of all, Lee Evans! Please put your hands down and welcome to the stage Lee's opponent in this grand final, former Super Series weekly winner, Scott Campbell!
This really could go either way. You could make a comprehensive case for both Lee Evans and Scott Campbell in sweltering conditions. And we have to give a special word to Paul Hinks, our referee, who's withstood the heat. The players have had a break from it in between their matches. Hinksy's been up there for the duration. But who can keep their cool under the extreme pressure of a final? Scott Campbell has been there, done that, got the t-shirt, a winner back in Series 10. Got all the way to the Champions Night semi-final as well. Faces Lee Evans, the 37-year-old, a winner in the old place in Southampton, yet to taste success here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Could this be his time? He only got the call up on Monday afternoon, a late replacement. Carl Wilkinson winning Group C, and he's undefeated here so far this evening, including a win over his opponent, that man there, Scott Campbell, the Scotland captain, the 36-year-old from Aberdeen. dispatching Jack Drayton in his semi-final in real impressive order. So the wait is over. It is time for the final. So let's join our big match commentators, Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
This might just be the series of England versus Scotland. 7 days ago, it was England versus Scotland. Week 2, the final is England versus Scotland. The oldest rivalry in the sport. We will renew it tonight. As for next week, you'll have to tune in to see who wins week 3. But somebody is about to get their second weekly title, and in the case of Lee Evans, his first medal here at the Live Lounge. Campbell would like to start collecting weeks in the way that Neil Duff has done over the last 3.5 years. It's time to see who wins week 2. They've played already tonight. That was in game number 4 of the evening. It was one of the less dramatic games of the night, in fact. But this is the last game of the week. And Lee wouldn't mind replicating the 4-2 victory from earlier.
I said it earlier, and I'm going to double down and back up the point that I think this is a game that both will really enjoy. When you play either a quick pace or a deliberate pace, you like to play people that replicate it. You don't feel like you're rushed. You don't feel like you're staying away from the hockey. It's just perfect. And these two are pretty much mirror images of each other, really, when it comes to the pace.
156.
Well, I think the word milky needs to be unearthed, because I think we can say that's at least 21 bonus points. He was talking about darts slipping out of his hand over the last couple of days. Well, that one has slipped into bonus territory.
100.
Thoughts on that, Matt?
I don't think you should be switching there just yet. It's a bit early in the leg.
Yeah, the only time you should need the treble 12 is en route to a double. That might just give this final a little bit of levity for a couple of minutes.
I mean, the serious side of it comes
45.
really with this visit, because you can almost get, dare I use the word, a bit of embarrassment by something like that. Especially when you're familiar with broadcasting, you know the camera had been zooming in and having to then find
100.
where that dart's gone. It also can just make you a little bit edgy, shall we say, when you come back, just to make sure you don't replicate that sort of pull. A lot of stories
96.
always start with something a little bit negative like that, don't they? When the sort of slippery slope, the snowball effect.
Yeah, because both players, when they were doing their pre-evening interview tonight, were using the word hopefully. That's the mindset of
73.
maybe it's going to be my night. They're not being
21.
authoritative. But Evans has been. He's not getting to the double here, so Campbell's got
57.
a chance
Scotty Carr
of breaking in this first
45.
leg. He's had a couple of ton plus checkouts tonight. That would have been his biggest. Well, somebody's been hanging out with Barry Van Peer,
105.
because that's what he does
Leah Carr 64.
from 124 left. Is this what Rhys Colley did earlier?
Getting shot the first leg, Lee Evans.
3 legs away from a weekly title. That really was
Second leg, Scott to throw
authority
first.
driven.
Game on.
I think that was what he needed as well, a nice clean kill at the back end of the leg, a nice combination finish, just to completely squash any concerns or question marks
41.
about that pulled dart reoccurring.
I've not seen Lee Evans like this before. Even when he hit his 9-darter on the stage, he was quite calm in that vociferous atmosphere. But clean kill.
46.
Talk about those. 50% on the doubles for his 3 games tonight. That is world class. Campbell 32%, 10 out of 31. It's not bad.
58.
But curiously, these two who progressed through Group 2 have something very similar to talk about tonight coming into this final. They've both won a game with a 97 average. They've both won a game with an 89 average. And both have won a game with an average next to 85. So their performances have almost mirrored each other coming into the final match.
57.
But only one can get the medal. Only one can get the trophy in their hands. And only one can return for a potential date with destiny at Halloween.
85.
It's going to be a really interesting night. It's going to be a spooky night for someone. Champions night at Halloween. Who would have thunk it?
$81.
Well, Campbell wasn't at his best in his Group B campaign. He was somewhat fortunate to get through to the semi-final. Really stepped it up in that semi-final game against Jack Drayton. But the performance at the start of this semi-final, this final, should I say, is leaving a little bit to be desired. Needs to get going and quick.
140.
That'll help.
He just wants you to keep talking, Matt. Well, if he was a cat with 9 lives at the start of the night, how many lives has he got left, in your opinion?
Minus 2. 24.
Well, we do have a phrase in this sport called a dead cat. That's where you throw the
84.
unnecessary 180 to put pressure on your opponent. Campbell is very much alive. He'll feel a bit withered if this goes by Evans, which it might. He's got to find another 60. That marker is an absolute dream. He's taking his time on every shot. No stone unturned. Superb! That was a concerto of brilliant darts.
Leader through first.
There may be lots of people in the world called Lee Evans, but this one from Swindonish. He might be a little bit weathered in the heat up on the stage, but boy, did he measure that one well.
I am absolutely stunned by that shot. Anybody who has thrown a dart before will know the hardest dart to throw is the first dart. That's the hardest dart to measure. And that was like he threw every single dart as a first dart. We've seen in the past a handful of players, Mervyn King, Kevin Painter, Rob Cross, who are able to break that rhythm for that deciding dart. But to do it on all three, that is just unbelievable quality.
It's a very aesthetically pleasing finish, 152. But he's absolutely dismantling that 60 with his first dart of the minute.
97.
Campbell was lifting his levels in this final up until 60. That point. But he was denied shots at the outer ring because of the brilliance of Evans, who has got to be one of the best players in the world who has not won in this building yet. He's played Luke Humphries at the World Championship. He's played great players over the last 10 years. He has not won here yet. This is the closest he's ever been to a Portsmouth title. Even when he throws 72. A bad dart, he can still recover.
Scotty Coward in 67.
Recover is what Campbell needs to do. This needs to be a touche moment. They could use the bull or the treble 18 here.
102.
But again,
Leocal
he's waiting in
52.
line for a shot at a double. He hasn't had a dart at the outer ring of the bull yet. And he might not get one at this rate. Evans isn't missing.
32.
And now he has. Campbell's got to take advantage.
65.
Was a magical 152 from Lee Evans in the previous leg to break the throw. This will be just as good from Scott Campbell.
Getting shown the third leg, Scott Campbell.
No drama, was it? No messing. To the hockey, no problem. Scott Campbell, just like he has been throughout this evening, clinical when he gets the opportunities.
Game on.
You've got one person on the stage right now who is visibly struggling with the heat. He's in the lead. And then you've got someone from Northern Scotland who looks comfortable. Make sense of that.
I used to talk about this a lot when I was coaching football. And I would never let my players stand. You know when you sort of stand with your hands on your knees and you're hunched over and you're looking for... Because it was a sign of weakness. And straight away, if your right back stood with his hands on his hips or hunched over, gasping for air, you go, we'll attack down that side. He's visibly tired. That's kind of what Lee Evans is doing right now. Despite the fact he's 2-0 up and hitting those big shots, he's not showing off confidence.
Yeah, and what's more, you can almost sense that Evans wants this to be over.
140.
But the longer this game is, the more dangerous Campbell becomes.
When you start anticipating as well, you start noticing those external factors like the heat in the room.
81.
When you're feeling good, when you're feeling happy, you're not aware of those. They come when you start getting frustrated.
And you know when you get to the end of a really hard physical challenge, if you know the end is coming, that's where the pain starts to creep in. And it can have an impact on the way you're thinking. But Campbell is starting to mount an assault here.
Wasn't that many moments ago I was saying Scott Campbell's got to step
60.
it up, and now he certainly stepped it up. The average has gone from dwelling in the mid-70s to the mid-90s.
Yeah, the mid-90s is always better than the mid-70s in more ways than one.
101.
Not quite. Double 10 will be his next target.
Well, you said you've never seen Lee Evans be so emotional. What about Scott Camp? These are two players that play with a lack of emotion, certainly visible. And they're both just absolutely playing with heart on sleeve.
It means a lot.
Scott the car 20.
The ideal end to 2026 is a Champions Week.
And
And that is still a possibility for Campbell because he's 2 away now.
Fifth leg leader through first. Game
Talk
on.
about this being a sprint format on Saturday nights. We've had some quality from Campbell. 27 darts for 2 legs to draw at 2-2. But this is a sprint
96.
to the end. And one thing we saw from Campbell when he beat Jack Drayton, the ability to find a 12-darter in leg 7. That quality is something you just can't teach. To be able to do it under that pressure,
81.
that comes from skill and experience. I wonder if Darren Beveridge is watching this right now on Pluto TV.
140.
Saying, come on, captain. I need somebody else from Scotland in Champions Week.
Living on the absolute edge, isn't he, Scott Campbell? He's waited a while to pick up another weekly title. He's always
62.
believed it was going to be the case, but that was in. That was in for Lee Evans. And when you're looking at this point of the game, Lee Evans on throw, Scott Campbell's going to see this as a real opportunity. That could be decisive.
It could.
100.
Steady off the back of a rejected dart from Evans.
Might have to bring in the 18s here if the first start is not where he wants it. He's got to stay there.
58.
Well, decided to go back to the 60. This is getting nervy. It's a
45.
fitting end to what has been an incredible Saturday night. Scotland have indeed had back-to-back winners before. If you can remember who they were, you can call yourself a Modus Super Series anorak.
96. Shot the car, 156.
I've had a 152, but that seems like a long time ago now. Which route is Evans going to take on his 108? He had the lead at 1-0 and 2-0. That has been lost. And with Campbell on double 8 now, he will feel like if he wants to get the lead at 3-2, this must go. Is this all about which double you want to leave, Matt?
Oh, for sure. Looks like he's starting down here, trying to leave the double 16. Not going to be the case. Can only set it up now. Scott Campbell guaranteed an opportunity
Got the car,
to
16.
turn this one around from 2-0 down. Looking here for a breaker throw to put himself one leg away from a weekly crown.
Getting shot on the fifth leg.
3-2 up, and Scotland are having another great week. 501 points
Six
away
leg Scott to throw first.
from coming back at the end of October. I suppose the one thing is, he is continuing to average in the mid to high 90s.
Game on.
From the semi-finals to here. Evans has slowed down. Campbell has improved. And that's why he's won the last 3 legs.
I feel like the first 3 darts could really be the ones here that set the tone for this leg.
Well, for the last 3 legs, he's averaging more than 100.
He's done the minimum requirement going into this sort of leg where it's Evans has to win or it's game over. You just think hit one treble, pile the pressure on, make your opponent feel like they're chasing.
There is nothing worse in this sport
60.
than hitting the wall at an awful time. And it really does feel like Evans hit the wall in the middle of leg 3.
60.
And when we talk about a wall, it's a wall of heat and discomfort. It looks like he's genuinely given everything he's got.
He looks shattered, doesn't he?
81.
It's not just because where the darts land, it's how. They're not landing with the flight facing back at him. There's kicks, there's leans. It's all effort right now. Campbell has this completely in his hands, and he found a couple of 180s when he needed them the most in the previous game. What a time that would have been to find one.
In the early part of a series, we always speculate what could be the story of the 13-week period.
46.
Is it of experience, youth, certain countries coming to the fore? It might be a Scotland series, but it might also be the series where on Saturday nights,
60.
it's about revenge. Campbell lost to Evans earlier on. James Buckby beat Beveridge last week in the group, then lost to him 4-0 in the final.
$96. Scott the car, 150.
Campbell's got 2 visits to be the week 2 champion.
Oh, it's on. Double 15 for Scott Campbell. He does it.
On the mark. And the winner of the Modus Super Series, Series 15, Week 2, Scott Campbell!
He does it indeed, and he does it in style. Scott Campbell, the Scottish captain, was 2-0 down in that game and struggling but then digging super deep there in the end does Scott Campbell, winning in legs of 14, 13, 17 and 15, a 95 average in the end. He is now a two-time weekly champion.
What a way to win it. A 150 out to secure your second weekly title. He survived the early onslaught from Lee Evans. That 152 from Evans was an absolute monster. But Evans just seemed to have fell off a cliff, and Campbell got stronger and stronger and stronger. He is our weekly champion, and he is now joined by the asset, Paul Nicholson.
Well, well, well. What a turn of events. What a night, Scott Campbell. Hot enough for you?
It's a little bit cosy. Yeah, it's not quite Scotland.
We were speculating in commentary that the person from England who has been surrounded by the heat wave over the last few weeks was struggling, but you seemed like you were coping with the heat really well.
Well, I think I've been here quite a lot lately, so I think I've developed that little bit of inside knowledge, so it's good.
What we've seen from this series so far is Scotland having a very good start. Darren Beveridge wins last week. After losing to James Buckby in the group, he was able to get a win over James in the final. You've done exactly the same with a very dangerous Lee Evans there.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, Lee's class, and if I want to have a little bit of a laugh, listen, Scotland don't get battered everywhere they go. No, absolutely delighted. Tremendous bunch back there, over the moon with the win tonight.
You must be really pleased with the way you were able to beat Jack Drayton as well, because leg 7, you gave us another back-to-back 180 performance to set up the 81 for the win, but you needed every single bit of it, didn't you?
Listen, even after the back-to-back 180, Jack's left himself on top, so the 81's got to go. Listen, Jack's class, he's not won a week and then won Champions Week for nothing.
What does this mean to you then? Because we know that you've captained your country, but this is a second weekly title now. You're coming back for Champions Week. Do you think you can go a couple of steps better this time?
Well, semi-final in Champions Week the last time, fell a little bit short to Jensen Walker, I believe it was. Yeah, absolutely. Listen, we're not here for nothing. I don't want to be a bit part player. I want to win.
Nice words. So, we've got to talk about the finish to win this medal. 150 out on probably the most fashionable double in the world right now, thanks to a two-time Modus Super Series champion. That's a pretty sweet moment, isn't it?
Not sure who you're on about, to be fair. No, listen, it was a lovely marker. I couldn't switch. Obviously, Lee sitting handy behind me. It's got to go. You've got to just stick with that marker, and if it goes, it goes. If it don't, then we're probably looking at 3 each.
The last time you were winning, you beat Peter Wachuri in the final, and we speculated earlier on tonight that maybe he was the story of being the runner-up, coming from Kenya and doing so much for African darts, and your success was somewhat muted because of that story. But this is all about you, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is. I've no issue with it being the Peter Wachuri story, but I didn't back it up after that. I've not really been playing that well since then. I've made finals nights, I've done this, I've done that, but yeah, Peter Wachuri deserved the credit that he done coming all the way from over the road. So yeah, not a problem with that.
Well, let's laud you, because you're the one who's won this week. You've got the medal. You're going to get the trophy in a second. But have you got a message for anybody watching on Pluto TV tonight who will be supporting you?
Yeah, definitely. 2-1 Scotty. No, listen, yeah, absolutely. Delighted to get to Champions Week again. I called it in my interview that it's about time I got back to Champions Week. Up and down like a yo-yo, but right shots at the right time. We got across the line.
We'll be glad to have you in Champions Week. Scott, it is your week. So your Week 2 champion, please be upstanding for Scotland's Scott Campbell!
It's Scott Campbell's night here in the Live Lounge. His second weekly title sealed with a majestic 150 checkout. Absolutely incredible. And it's amazing really how moments that seem minuscule at the time, Matthew Edgar, who has rejoined me here, using up his luck in the group stage here this evening, but it spiralled in a tremendous way for Scott Campbell.
It absolutely did. He was fortunate, wasn't he, in the group stage, but he got through, and that's all you need to do. It doesn't matter how you do it. We say the same with Group A, with Group B, with Group C. Just get through however you need to. He really stepped it up, though, when he really needed to produce his best in that semi-final. And in that final, first couple of legs, he was really struggling, sort of dwelling in the mid-70s. We see where he ended, mid-90s average. He stepped it up incredibly when he needed to the most.
He's a master of this format, second weekly title. You have to credit him with that. And it's all about peaking at the right time, isn't it, with this format? And he did that in the final. Evans just fell off a cliff, just didn't have any more to give after that 1-5-2.
He looked absolutely shattered. The 1-5-2 went in. It was very deliberate. It was very unusual to see someone have a break between every single one of those darts. And then it was just like the arm gave up. He was starting to lift that shoulder. He was starting to roll with the shot. And from there was only ever really going to be one winner. Scott Campbell would have seen the weakness that was appearing in the game of Lee Evans, who, by the way, has had a superb week to make the final. With zero preparation, to be just a couple of legs away from the title is a credit in himself, but just didn't have enough to get over the line. And when Scott Campbell started hitting, they only looked like one winner.
It was a final played in tremendous spirit, real good camaraderie between the two of them. But Scott Campbell, at times tonight where he's had to dig himself out of a hole, he's managed to find some monster checkouts when it matters most.
He absolutely has, and I think that's why I've put him down as a selection tonight, because he's always got that quality and he's always got that chance to pull that out. And I think in this sort of environment where we've got those external factors, we can see him trying to cool down a little bit, trying to catch his breath. It's very, very warm up there. When you're looking for someone who's able to manage that, you're looking for someone who's cool under pressure. You're looking for someone who's a bit of a thinker, someone who's going to think about that extra factor when no one else does. And that's where Scott Campbell ticks those extra boxes.
He will be keeping an eye on events in this place every single week now, up until Champions Week. Of that, there is no doubt. Let's not forget as well, he's not celebrating tonight. He's off to Milton Keynes. He's going to play Challenge Tour tomorrow. This could be a real weekend to remember for him.
Well, I'm sure he'll celebrate in his own unique style, which will probably be in the car with a pizza or a kebab or something along those sort of lines. That's the traditional celebration. But absolutely, there's more business to be done. You look back at the days when Phil Taylor used to pick up a title. The very next day, he was like, right, what's next? What's next? And there'll be people on the Challenge Tour that'll be sat in the hotel rooms in Milton Keynes right now watching this, going, I don't want him here tomorrow. Ideally, I want him to go somewhere else, because that room is already littered with talent. The last thing you want is someone like Scott Campbell turning up full of confidence.
He's had a fantastic year, but most of his highs have been in team events with Scotland so far this year. So it's got to feel very satisfactory for him to have that nice taste of individual success as well.
I think the best thing for him right now is the fact of where we are in regards to the year, because this Champions Week is coming up at the back end of the year. Now, that is where traditionally all the big darts are played. It's where the World Championships are, it's where all the majors are, it's where all the tours come to a finale. The last thing you want is to be getting ready for that festive period with nothing really to look forward to. Scott Campbell's now booked his ticket to a very, very important date, an opportunity to earn a big, big prize fund. And I guarantee that's the time of year that all dart players want to be getting ready and primed.
Champions Week then, as things stand, it's 2 out of 2 for Scotland. Jim McEwen's here next week. Could it be 3 out of 3, I wonder? Darren Beveridge, a resounding winner here 7 days ago, will now be joined by Scott Campbell. Still plenty of water to go under the bridge before we do get to Champions Week in the final week of October. But they are two names, Matt, that have really deserved and earned their spot there.
Sometimes when the weekly winners come up and you look at it, you go, right, where's the winner coming from? There's opportunity here. There's some surprise package. There's nothing surprising about those two. They're two people that you'd expect to see in Champions Week. Darren Beveridge was superb in his qualification. Scott Campbell, we know fully what he's capable of. It's already shaping up very well, despite the fact we've only got 2 names on the list so far. It's going to be interesting because we've got some real big hitters coming next week.
Oh, haven't we just? And I suppose, in a weird way, does that put a bit of pressure on Jim McEwen? These are all proud Scotsmen. They want to dominate, and McEwen, Former series champion. He has the pedigree here.
Well, one thing we're noticing here is a little bit of interaction between players through the means of the interviews. We saw it tonight with Scott Campbell. We've seen it in the past with the likes of Neil Duff, where they're sort of trying to send the message across. Well, Jim McEwen has got an opportunity here to get this week won and then get on that stage and maybe fire a shot at the rest of Team Scotland.
If only it was that simple. Look at those names. Jose de Sousa is going to be here on Monday morning, along with Dylan Slevin. He has been firing in some tremendous numbers here today on the Challenge Tour, winning an event, of course. Paul Croner impressing. Andy Bartons is back as well. That's before you even get to the likes of Jim McEwen et al. In Group B. It's going to be a tremendous week next week and a lot of fun.
Oh, absolutely. There's some real big hits. I mean, that Group A, you've got 4 potential winners in there straight away, and 2 of them are going to drop into that Group B. So there's going to be some real tight games next week. It's going to be exactly what we had with this Group C, where everything is tight and contested down to the wire. I mean, if you want the winner, I'll give you the winner like I did this week.
Please do. Although, just a word, I did manage to stop you deviating. I got the sense just before the semi-final you were wavering in support.
No, not me. No, I saw you give Paul Nicholson 2 goes at it. I only need the one. Andy Bartons. I'm going to go Andy Bartons. I think he plays very, very well in this building. He ticks all those boxes. When I look at the Super Series and I look who's going to win a week, you're looking for quality, you're looking for bursts of pace, and you're looking for consistency. And Andy Bartons, I think he's built for this.
You heard it here first. Andy Bartons is the selection. Stay tuned Monday morning for those all-important odds. I wonder if the bookmakers will just be shortening now. It's got the Edgar seal of approval. Matt, it's been an absolute pleasure as always over the last few days. There's still plenty more to come here on the Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV. Coming up after the break, it's a break of throw episode with 2 former world champions, not least the 16-time world champion Phil Taylor. We'll be analysing his iconic throw along with the throw of Luke Humphries. Paul Hinks has been a superstar here over the past 3 days as well. The only one that's managed to put up with the heat on stage throughout the duration. His iconic moment is coming up at 12:15 tomorrow afternoon. And the special one, Jose de Sousa makes his Super Series bow Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. My word, it's going to be a lot of fun. We're back here in 7 days' time as well. Get your tickets for finals night next week. But if you can't join us, we are live and free on Pluto TV from 7:30. That is it. It's Tartan Army domination. Scott Campbell is your weekly champion. Thank you for watching. A very good night to you.
That is something we can tell you later, because what Jack Drayton is telling us now is what? I'm a winner. He's got the 418s. Berry's look is forlorn. And that is a look at the bull. No. Back-to-back 11s to win the match. You've got to be kidding. Interesting. It's tops. It's very interesting indeed. That's just as perfect. 2 combination shots. Is this one found? That single was only just found. What he needed, he found. 4 out of 4 on the doubles. Maybe. Oh, baby. What a shot from BVP. That is the case. And by some sort of darting miracle,
much more urgency.
Is that a section of the board he needs? He doesn't. Double 12. Wow, what a turn of events. Evans is very good. Superb.
Oh, it's on. Double 15 for Scott Campbell. He does it.
Campbell!
Modus Super Series.
Derek Coulson for Destiny.
It's that!
Biggest of all
He reels it in.
What an incredible record!
Everything you wanted.
He does it. Henry Coulson with glory.
Our champion tonight.
The bullseye.
Oh, Fallon
This will be amazing. Unbelievable.
Oh, what a time for that!
It's matched out.
That is special.
Incredible.
That is seething. The pressure is on.
Champions Week Night